Edison oversight. Yeah, and that's where I'm going. So either I have certain problems with your firm for the redaction.
Check. Good evening, everyone. Today is Monday, November 13th. The time is 6:10 p.m., and this meeting is called to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle. Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patil.
Here.
Councilmember Pointer.
Present.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Madam Clerk, adequate notice, please.
Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by the annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, Star Ledger Sentinel, and Desi Talk on December 1st, 2022, and posted Main Lobby Municipal Complex on that same date.
Item 4, review of minutes. Item A, combined meeting, September 27th. Item B, work session meeting, October 23rd. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Thank you. Seeing none. 5, administrative agenda. A, appointment of Deputy Didia as presiding judge. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 6, reports from all council's committees. I'll start from my, Councilman Brescher.
I'm going to send out an invitation for our Amazon committee, given the light that I just heard that they're going to institute, re-up the railroad tracks, because that could play into a whole thing since we don't know what's actually happening there. So I'll send out an invitation this week, and we'll convene and try and get to the bottom of it. That would be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Vice President Harris.
None from either the Cultural Arts or Library Board. However, I just want to say a word about the subcommittee to the shelter. And actually, Councilman Brescher, Councilman Patil, and I are going to be meeting this week to discuss the startup of that committee. And so that we should have it up and running for next month. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Patel.
None, sir.
Councilman Patil.
None at this time.
And for myself, in regards to the Deer Ad Hoc Committee, we are meeting with the state representative. It's figured for November 29th. We're just putting together a list of areas to check out around the township. Thank you. 7, points of light. Any points of light from any council members?
Yes, Council President,
Yes,
excuse my
Council Vice
laryngitis. This is going to be interesting to get through. First of all, I want to congratulate Councilman Brescher, Councilman Patil, and Councilman Coyle for their reelections, and I welcome soon-to-be Councilman Asaf Shmuel to our council. I wish Councilwoman Joy Ship Freeman all the best and thank her for all the contributions that she's made to this council, and hope that she remains active in Edison and in all the interests and passions that she has for Edison. Also wanted to mention that on Saturday, on Veterans Day, there was the street naming ceremony, and it was It was very, very well attended. There were 11 street naming signs for veterans who live in Edison, and veterans that go back to, from the Vietnam War through Desert Storm and Desert Shield, and it was a truly meaningful experience. So I want to thank all of those veterans and their families for their service and congratulate them on having these street signs. And of course, also Diwali was, the Diwali ceremony was, the event was November 4th, extremely well-attended, beautiful day, beautiful weather, and the fireworks were terrific. And so if you get a chance to get down to Papiani Park and now look at the lighting for it that was up for Diwali and that will be up for the Winter Wonderland, it's really magnificent. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other points of light? Yes, Councilman Patel.
I also want to congratulate the winners on the recent election, and I too enjoyed the Diwali festival, especially Jay Shan. I did not think I would see him at Edison performing, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. And likewise, for myself, the Diwali festival I thought was a tremendous success. I thought it was just amazing, so thank you. Any other points of light? Seeing none, moving on to review of the agenda. 8, from the Business Administrator. A, resolution awarding contract purchase order to various vendors for furnishing of walk-in building supplies, not to exceed $497,000. B, resolution accepting bid and awarding a contract for office supplies, not to exceed $215,800. C, resolution increases permissible expenditures for the professional services contract for municipal attorney for March 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2023, not to exceed $250,000. D, resolution awarding contract purchase order for the purchase of various technology supplies and services, $50,000. E, resolution awarding contract purchase order to Verizon Wireless for furnishing of cellular phone services, wireless cards, and accessories, not to exceed $220,000. F, resolution authorizing the submission of an application to the New Jersey Department of Transportation Safe Routes to School program. G, resolution authorizing the award of a fair and open contract for Edison Landfill Engineer Consulting. And item H, we are going to be removing from tonight's agenda. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Patil.
I have a question on C. Is there a plan to discuss this in a closed session on this topic, or?
So this wasn't part of the original closed session items.
Okay, quick question through the Council President to administration. Is this 250,000 is just for the council, or this is combined with the mayor plus council plus labor union contract, all that together, or it is a separate?
This covers all of the municipal services that the township attorney is assigned to. That includes all of council administration and including labor.
And how about special projects? That's also part of this?
It covers everything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. Any other?
Yes, I have a
Yes.
question.
I'm
I'm
sorry. Any
sorry.
other questions,
Yes.
Councilman Patil? I
On
apologize.
F, the submission of application, it's a good thing, but I would like to know, where do we use this fund if we get any from state for the school program?
So this covers Tingley, Inman. There's a couple of intersections over on Inman that it's going to cover. I can send that to you tomorrow. It's being finalized with our Lieutenant Turner.
Absolutely, because those intersections are important, but we have many more in Edison town, and I keep saying about Calvert and Grove, but we have many more like that that does impact the school. Those are the school routes, and if you can please send me the list so that we can keep adding into that list. Yep, and my next question is on G, the landfill. I think in after probably 4 years, I'm hearing about this landfill. Are we making any progress, or are we closing, or this is the final thing that we are doing with the landfill?
So what this is the last step that we'd like to do in order to cap it out. So what we had to do, though, is go out, get a new engineer's, we had to put an RFP out in order to qualify new engineers to get the project done. So what we'd like to do is get that moving forward, and that's why the resolution is on for tonight.
And if I heard correctly, this is going to be the final, just to cap it and
Yes,
close?
sir.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And the last one, the salaries. Do we know when the last time we revised?
Just for clarification, I pulled that.
All right, thank you, sir.
My apologies.
No problem. That's it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. Council Vice President
Yes.
Harris.
Also on C, my question is, I know that it's been relatively recent that the law firm has started reviewing all of the Oprah requests. And I'd like to know, first of all, when does that go back to? What led to the change from not reviewing it to reviewing it? And how much of the, what percentage? Because I know we get a lot of Oprah requests and that the clerk's office is having a hard time keeping up. Can you shed some more light on the history of the firm looking at the Oprah requests and what led to it and what percentage of this 250 would that involve?
So first, yes, I can.
Thank you.
We actually don't review every Oprah request. What happened was that, as you know, and Cheryl's office certainly knows, and Marlene certainly knows also, there's an enormous volume of Oprah requests, and in some respects, you kind of an overwhelming number of requests. And my office was always asked to review certain kind of categories of the Oprah requests. But what was happening was I would get an email that says, I need you to review Oprah request number 5. It's past due. I wouldn't have Oprah request number 5. So we'd go through I'd have to email everybody, get the Oprah request. So the Oprah requests, I started to get copied on them, but we weren't reviewing all of them because there's a lot of Oprah requests that are, let me call them routine, and it's anybody who has sold a house knows that we get an Oprah request to see whether or not there was ever a underground storage tank on the house, or if there's any open permits or any of those things. We don't read, so it's a misnomer that we review all of them. We're reviewing the exact same number. My office has just been copied on them because we were concerned that Oprah requests were slipping through the cracks. So we're only reviewing the same types of Oprah requests we reviewed before. I would like to tell you it's not a significant amount of time that's spent, but everybody knows in every municipality, Oprah has become a very costly item. And I wish I could tell you that I had some magic wand. I know that there is a bill that's been dropped in the legislature. I know that, some of the stuff that is in that bill is stuff that I know I've heard clerks and our clerks talk about that would streamline the process and make it faster. But it's in the overall scheme of the township budget, it's not, I guess, materially significant. But there's a cost to it. There's a cost to Oprah. But we are not reviewing every single Oprah request because there's no need for us really to do that. I'm just aware of them all because they come through they fill up my inbox. But at least when somebody has a question about it, I know I have it in my inbox and I can go back and take a look at it. And that's really all we tried to do because it was just a matter of trying to get a handle on it. And I think, and the administrator can talk more about this, I think we continue to talk with the clerk's office about how we can make it better. And, but what would not make it better is if my office had to review everyone. That would not make it better. I can guarantee you that.
And I'll just add to that, part of the process is that I'm included in all of those requests as well. And that's more of do I answer them all? No, not the routine stuff, but there's certainly quite a lot that would come that I need to know about if it's personnel related or legal, things of that nature that may require Mr. Raynone's office to look through. So to me, it is something that a BA would normally do that isn't different than any other township. Unfortunately, this is the issue we're all dealing with in terms of Oprah requests.
I know there's a lot of frustration out there for people who are waiting a long time to get those, either the Oprah request to be granted or that they get, they're told they need to have an extension on that. And so whatever can be done to streamline this process would be of great benefit to everybody, I think, but especially to the public. So-
Right, and just once again, I hate to add editorial comments, but we have Oprah requests from citizens, and we think we have a good handle on those. One of the big issues that I think the legislature is now grappling with, and I know that when they wrote Oprah, they didn't really see it coming, is the commercial aspect of it. Because what we essentially are, in the old days, you used to hire an engineer and he would do a due diligence on your property. Now that engineer writes an Oprah request to us and we do the due diligence. So and they bill for it. And we bill 10 cents a page, or we don't bill at all. So there is the commercial side of it that is, sometimes it's overwhelming, and we try to do better. So we'll continue at it.
All right, thank you.
Something to talk about during the budget, by the way. Yeah, in the clerk's office.
Any other questions, Council Vice President?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Patel?
For the safe route to school, Sonia, I would also like to be included on the list. And I'm excited for the first steps that we're taking. I'm hoping that we get more safe route to schools and more kids walk to school or bike to school, and hopefully that will also alleviate our school bus issues that we're having in Board of Ed. Question for G. I had a question, where is the Edison landfill? Because I'm not familiar with it.
It's next door to, I'm sorry if sounds like a dumb answer. It's next door to the Kinbuck landfill, right? So it's along the river. So there's
Bow Basin.
by the boat basin, correct.
Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Councilman Brescher?
Yes. Back to C on the expenditures. Most people here would probably know that I have issues with redactions, right? But I was told that they'll look into that and get back to me on that. And I'm going to take their word on that we get that resolved by the end of the week. But going back to my council colleague's question, the question on the increases, I guess we received the documentation that showed us that these numbers are in line with the previous law firm that we had. And I'll tell you where we as a body were expecting that number to be quite lower.
Well, it's actually lower.
Well, no, but let me just explain why. Because what we had with the past law firm was the past law firm spent tremendous amount of hours on a Suez deal. Okay, so we knew that they spent that. We didn't know what exactly was spent on Suez and what wasn't. And now when we have legal bills and they're comparable, so we were assuming that it was probably related to the Oprah. So I guess it's not the Oprah is what you're explaining. That's kind of like standard operating procedure, right? And I do know that probably 90. I think I requested every Oprah request for a year, and it was like 90% of them were for sale homes or any open permits on it. That was 90% of the Oprahs that come through. It was remarkable, actually. So I guess our question then is why we're, if we took out Suez and what the last attorney spent on Suez, where would we have been, as a benchmark?
If you take out Suez, you'd still be less. That year that you were involved in the Suez deal, I think that your legal fees were almost $1 million. So where you're going to end by the end of this year is going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars less than that. So I didn't go back other than that I looked at the numbers, but I saw that in the end, I think we end up being less even on a normal year. And I understand what you're saying about the Suez year because I looked at that also. The other thing, Councilman, and this is actually a suggestion that I kind of put in my head from having read Councilman Patil's email, is I think going forward, I'm going to try to break these down in a manner so that you can see monthly what's administrative, what's council related, what's labor related, in a way that might be easier for you to just look at it and then track it that way better. So to the extent that that's helpful, I think Actually, it'd be helpful to me, but I think it might be helpful to the council too, especially at budget time.
It would, because, I mean,
Yeah, I'll do that.
you did give us your bills. I was able to see them.
Yes.
They're bills that are like $100, $175. You know, it's not like
Yeah.
one big. So we
Sure.
would have to go and add them all up. And you know, so when I got it, it was kind of overwhelming.
Yeah.
You know, being that we get it on a Friday, right? I would have had to have spent 10 hours on Saturday, 10 hours on Sunday, just doing the math.
No, but that being the case, then it would be helpful for you to know that you have 5 bills and it's $2,500 for the council and $5,000 for
Yes.
labor. I've already started to put that in process from my point, but my perspective. So I will do that going forward, make it a little easier for you to track, and because then we could just spreadsheet it for you so you could see it.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
F. I did ask about this. There's sidewalks that have been requested over by J.P. Stevens. I might have the street wrong. It might be Floyd Street or Fletcher. Floyd? Okay. And don't get me wrong, I lived there for 50 years, right? And I forget which one is which. But the past administration, I know, made an application, and I said this before, that our engineering department made an application to put sidewalks in, but they had to get approval from the DEP or the EPA because there was a stream within 15 feet or something like that. So my impression was that that engineering firm was continuing to do that work, but then we got rid of that engineering firm. We brought a new engineering firm in, which is fine. And I asked if we were doing anything with that, and I never got an update on that one. So I don't know that we've applied for that, but that's an area that a lot of kids actually walk down that street, and it's a narrow street, and the parents do drop off there, so it's even more hazardous. So if we can get that added here and kind of get the engineer to give us an update as to what they need to accomplish to get that done for us. G. I did get an email saying that you'll get me information on what we've done with this landfill. And this is another frustrating issue. As my council colleague said, I mean, he's been hearing about it a lot longer than I have. But under the previous administration, we were talking about closing the landfill, but doing it in a way that it was going to be enlarged so that it left us with acreage that we could actually use as a facility for whatever you want, you know, a field for kids or a field for someone to use or even solar panels. And it was designed in a way that Edison would receive fees for the dumping of soil into there that would be clean soil. And there would really be no cost to us above what we already have saved. But I don't think we've started that process. I know that our assemblymen received money that we allocated for that, but I don't know that we ever moved forward with it or...
We have, so here's part of the issue is that we'd carried over Colliers into this administration. However, we did not get any responses in terms of the closure. So the process, we had to restart all over again, and that's why we did an RFP to go out and do exactly what you're describing is what exactly should we do in order to completely close it off. So that's what we're looking to do with the new engineering firm.
And this money we received from the state, correct?
It's still in good standing because what we have done is tried to at least provide the steps in which we've taken in order to continue to be able to get to the funding part of it. So getting this RFP helps us to keep that funding in order to proceed with the closure.
Okay, so the funding's available to us.
Yes.
And that was for this design portion, for the engineering. That's what we're talking about here.
Yes, it was about 300,000.
Okay, yes, that's what I remember. All right. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Busher. Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Coyle.
E, the cellular phone service contracts. I don't need it today, but can I have a list of what departments they're for by employee, these phones? Okay, and as far as the landfill, the one question I had too is, the money that's being allocated for this is from the pre-existing funds we had in surplus? Or is this new money we're paying for this?
For the landfill, it's grant money.
It's great. So this is separate from the money we have in surplus?
Right.
Okay. And I know there were opportunities to do a lot of work to the landfill with solar, but I would definitely not be for anything that has to do with kids on this landfill. So I would disagree with my council colleague to the right of me. There's no way I'll support kids on this landfill for any purpose at any time, ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Coyle, any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. Moving to 9, Department of Finance. A, report of disbursements through November 8th. B, resolution authorizing refund for redemption of tax sales certificate. C, resolution authorizing refund for tax overpayments. D, resolution authorizing refund for water overpayments. E, resolution authorizing refund for sewer overpayments. F, resolution requesting approval of the best practices inventory questionnaire for calendar year 2023. G, resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriations for 2022, drive sober or get pulled over, Labor Day crackdown in the amount of $8,750. H, resolution authorizes the settlement of tax appeals. I, resolution authorizes settlement of tax appeals. J, ordinance of the Township of Edison canceling approximately $1.9 million in bond authorization and/or bond anticipation note proceeds not needed for the original purposes, and to transfer $671,327 in bond or bond anticipatory note proceeds to capital fund balance. And K, resolution authorizing the transfer of funds in the calendar year 2023 current fund appropriations pursuant to NJSA 40A4-59. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Patil.
Probably this is on B. Many times I have this question. Let me try one more time. Probably this is my 5th, 6th time. How much premium of this $117,000 in tax sale certificates that township is going to keep? Do we know the premium amount? Premium amount for this tax appeal.
It's B, he was asked whether or not at the time of the tax sale there was a premium paid?
Yep. And every council meeting, I ask this question, so we should have the numbers. If not, I can wait, and please send me in the email, if you can, please.
I apologize. So the tax sale certificate, the detail form that's attached, you're looking at the premium amount? So it states it's $91,000
Okay.
for the premium.
And what I heard last time was that we keep the premium. We don't refund the premium.
Correct.
Okay. So under what category this fund goes to?
Under what category is it?
In the budget, because this is a miscellaneous, I shouldn't say miscellaneous, but this is an additional income or revenue of the tax sale. So what category we appropriate these premiums?
I'm not sure where well, it obviously goes to the general fund. What I'm not sure is whether or not it has something to do with our calculation for the how we
anticipated tax.
the reserve for uncollected taxes. It may factor into there, but we can get you the answer. I know what you're saying. There probably is some place in the budget where there's a miscellaneous revenue tax sale premiums. We'll find, if there is, we'll tell you what the line is.
Sounds good. And just to extend that question, Sonia, if you can give me the roll-up number, the summary, year to date, how much that amount is, the premium
For the
amount?
premiums?
Yep.
Only.
Thank you. My next question is on I and J, the tax appeal. And the first question is, how many tax appeals we have outstanding so far?
Council President, I have our tax assessor here, if that's okay.
Sure.
Good evening, council. As you're aware, the answer is fluid because every year a new set of tax appeals get filed. Right now, our commercial appeals that are at the state tax court are averaging about 100. 84 was at the end of the year, but then again, that does stack up and regenerate. It could be new filings as well as continuation filings. So about 100 would be a steady number of what's presently active at the tax court.
And as an average, do we know uh, the tax obligation in terms of the refund as an average, based on the historical trend? 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, we would have seen some trend, right?
Well, you're not going to see a reduction as an average because, again, there could be a continuation of appeals that are stemming as far back as 2017. We have done a lot of cleanup. So, as I've explained in the past, when I came on board in 2017, we had appeals that stem back to 2010, which have been cleared up. So presently, our backlog is approximately 2016, 2017. That 100 average can include properties that are going back to that date. So the average number that I'm giving you are properties under appeal, not the total number of appeals.
Okay, so by law, we don't have obligation to settle like 5 years prior to the current year, or we can keep that hanging?
Well, that's not something that is under the discretion of the administration or my office. That has to deal with the backlog that's presently at our tax court. And that's partly at the fault of the fact that there is insufficient number of judges to hear these appeals. So we're doing the best that we can, but it is a lawsuit and there are discovery processes and some things take longer to handle than others.
Yep, I appreciate that, and I do remember, we raised the amount for you to enable the negotiation, so
Yeah.
there is history to that, and I know you have done good work in clearing that backlog, really appreciate for your help. My only question, Council President, is it's very linked to this, and I believe there is a misconcept or people don't really understand what the impact of the tax appeal is on the budget, the township budget. Say, not just I and J, but in general, when we settle the tax appeal, the township is paying back or giving that credit to the applicant.
Well, if you're asking me where the funding is coming from and if it impacts the budget, there is a reserve set aside
Yes.
for our appeals. And so to date, the reserve that we have for each year has been able to cover those funds.
Understood, and I'm very well aware that, we have the fund allocated to cover this one, but I'm looking at the tax impact because this refund also includes the tax toward the school, towards the county. But are
Correct.
we getting that tax back?
Unfortunately, when we do settle an appeal, the township bears the burden of that refund. So the school board is not responsible, and that's based on state statute.
Understood.
So we do brunt the whole impact of that refund to these property owners. And that's just the way it's written as today.
Yeah. Thank you, and I wanted to make it very clear that on this dais, that the township budget or this township does bear the cost of this tax appeal, and even though funds were disbursed to the school and the county and other entities, including library, they are not paid back. Their portion is not paid back, so this is taken care from the budget. But just a question on Council President. It says H says that from 2018 through 2023, so they are pretty much exhausting their 5-year bracket. But for I don't see 2018 and 19. Is this something, is the applicant didn't apply, or this was a settlement that we said, as a part of this settlement, you will not get anything from 2018 and 19?
Okay, so I, is that 510 Venture?
H is the 510 Ventures and I is Vic Shopping Plaza. But
Okay,
I just think that, so H, I believe that those, that we listed the years that were under appeal, and I don't think that there were appeals for 19 and 20.
no, so
I understand your question. Your question is, are we just settling those years, or whether?
Correct.
And dismissing the other appeals?
Just so you know, I'm looking at the backup,
Right.
2018, 19, or 20 were not included in this here. So it's just 21, 22, and 23.
yes,
understood.
those are the only years under appeal.
Understood. The reason I'm saying is that because this council, once we adopt or we approve 2021, 2022, 23, applicant tomorrow will come back with 2018 and 19. So why didn't we ask last 5 years as a part of the settlement?
So the tax appeals are a little different. So tax appeals, if you're going to file an appeal for taxes, you have to file, there's a
The year in
deadline in the
question.
year. So 2018, you had to file in 2018. If you didn't file in 2018, you don't have a tax appeal.
No. So these are for
When
the
we say
years in
5
question.
years, I think what the assessor is saying is that typically we have some appeals that go back as long as 5 years. I've had tax appeals here that have gone back as long back as 9 years. I mean, it took 9 years to settle the one Ford went out. That's how long it took. It's, different day, but it was. So there's no statute of 5 years. It's just how many years. If the tax court loses, their judges will have 6 years under appeal.
Correct.
In this case, they only appealed 21, 21, and 22. Is that the years?
For Wick
21,
Shopping
22,
Plaza, yes.
23.
Yeah, so they didn't appeal in 18 and 19, in other words.
Okay.
Or they had a tax appeal that got settled some time ago, but they can't come back for those.
Correct.
Are we sure that they will not come back for 2018 and 19?
Well, they
They
can't. If
cannot.
they happen to have a,
Statutorily, they cannot.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Councilman Brescher?
Yes, Council President. K, we're transferring funds, right? I believe $1 million from the police into $1 million for insurance, if I'm not mistaken.
Can't guarantee that it's a one-for-one, but the amounts line up, yes.
Right. So we're taking $1 million from the police department. And I guess the public, the concern, I guess, is we're taking $1 million from the police department. We heard about the rise in crime. That would be number one. But what the public should know, and I don't think it was shown, I think the video got lost, but when we did the budget presentation,
I'm sorry, I
you
didn't
can't.
catch that last part.
I was going to say, cutting $1 million from the police department would inherently be a problem, especially since crime has been on the rise and our mayor has said so. So that would be a number one concern. But if we were to go back to the tape, which I don't think exists for the budget presentation, I believe I pointed out that I thought the police department was overfunded this year by $1 million. And on multiple occasions, I thought that our insurance was underfunded because of the increases for the insurance. So I just want to go on the record that what we're seeing here is exactly what I said was going to happen at the budget presentation. But with the issue that we have with the increase in crime, is it a good idea to take the money from the police department? Is the question.
If our business administrator would like to respond?
This transfer would not, would not inhibit the police from doing their day-to-day jobs of protecting the citizens. So it would not impact what they need to do as far as covering township.
Okay, so the mayor had put out a video saying that crime has increased, right? And now we're taking the money from the police department. Do you think maybe having more police officers on the roads during these times that crimes are taking place would be more prudent? Is there any place else that the money could have come from? I mean, you understand the logic, how it makes no sense, right? Where we say that crime's on the rise, and then we're cutting the police department. It just doesn't seem to fly.
What I would say to that is also that the fact that we have a lot more, I would say we've come up to in terms of staffing. There's, and I can get you those numbers. I just want to confirm in terms of the overtime and what may not have been, what may have happened in the past as far as overtime and salary. There were large salary increases or at the top level for police. So there, with all of the retirements that happened last year, I'm sure that there's some sort of coverage here. So I can get you a full report as to what we've spent, what that looked like in comparison from last year to this year. Because that would probably give you a little more of a color in terms of why we're able to transfer from from salary and wages under police in order to cover our insurance costs.
All right, and request the council president, we have a public safety committee. Could they present the council with the crime stats for the last 3 years? I mean, they all get reported. I think they were like a year or two behind, but, so it's like it's a public document. But if we could get the up-to-date version over the last 3 years so we could see whether it's actually increased or not increased. I mean, I feel just as safe today as I did, well, okay, let's say I remember back as far as 1970. But I'm sure crime has increased. So if I could just get a copy of that. And that would be it for this, Council President. Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm, so you're looking for a 3-year crime report overview?
Overview, yes.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Coyle.
Can I just have the tax assessor come up again, just for some questions on our process of tax appeals? Not just that, it was mainly on the, our auction of our tax sales.
Yes, sir.
First, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I think your department does a great job on appeals, and I think it's very complex. And I think since you've come here, we've gotten a lot done. That's the first thing. And I think your team is very strong when it comes to appeals and all the different variables that come with an appeal and what you're up against. The curiosity of a question is, for the people who are listening, is can you walk us through the tax sales that happen here and the incentive of that? They bid
Tax sales?
when we do the auction. We auction tax certificates
Okay.
for non-payments of sales.
So that would be handled by the tax collector.
Okay.
I have participated, but the expertise would lie with them more so than me. It is a process.
I'm just,
The previous,
I'm not looking for an expert opinion. I'm just for the
Yeah.
process. People come in,
it's basically an auction.
Yeah, it's probably, I guess, the tax assessor's being very nice. It's a tax collector issue, not a tax assessor issue. So we can if you want, get the tax collector to give you a short memo on what the process is. But essentially, we do tax sales. We do accelerated tax sales once a year. You'll see the notices in the newspaper as to all of the properties that are there. And it is effectively an auction.
Correct. Working its way down from the standard percentage rate down until it gets to the premiums that Councilman Patil had
yeah, I mean,
discussed
I
earlier.
guess what I'm trying to get at, and again, I prefer to get answers tonight, and I'm not counting what you know and what the counselor knows. I don't care who answers it, because I'm looking just for a novice answer. Tax sales come up because people don't pay their taxes.
Correct.
What I'm challenged by is members of the dais on this council want to reward those who don't pay. And I'm confused whether that's what we're trying to get at, because there's an incentivized reason why they come. They come because we need tax bills paid. We have debt that has not been collected. And would there be a significant difference if we do it for less? Because if every town's doing it this way, I mean, if the same people are still going to come, hey, I get it. But I don't understand why we'd make any reduction or reward anybody who doesn't pay their taxes when 99% of the people in this room have paid and paid on time. So, I mean, there's no extenuating circumstances for anyone. I mean, when it went through COVID, I had businesses crying to me on the phone who were just tenants paying $60,000 in taxes for the year, couldn't pay it through COVID, but had to pay it. Had to pay it or they'd be in tax sales. So the question I have here is, there's an incentive of why they come, because these tax sales go up for a certain amount and they're bid on. I believe they're bid backwards, right? They bid from 18% to 0?
Correct.
Is that correct, Counselor? Okay. Correct. And most of the time, they're picked up for 0 or 1, correct?
No.
That I wouldn't have.
No,
knowledge
it
of.
depends, well, it depends. It's an auction, right? So it depends on the economy. It depends on a lot of
Shows
different
up.
things, right?
And at that time, that person could be paying $50,000 in taxes, $1 million in taxes, whatever that company is. So I guess what I'm just trying to get at, and it doesn't have to be today, but the novice answer I'm looking for is they come from a reason to be incentivized to pay these taxes so we can have our debt paid and we can put that money into our current budget.
Right.
That's what I understand, correct?
Correct. And
So
what we do
to-
is
I guess so-
an accelerated tax sale.
So accelerated tax sale. So if we remove the premium and remove this incentive, are they still going to come to pay our taxes in the time that we need it paid?
No, because because the issue is whether or not you're going to get people to come and bid on the problem is if nobody comes and bids on our tax sale, then we don't collect the money. Then what happens is effectively we own the tax sale certificates. Then after 6 months, in order for us to collect our money, we would have to go foreclose on properties. So the other part, the short answer to this question, by the way, is that there's nothing we can do about this process because it's completely dictated by state law, and we couldn't change it if we wanted to change it. The only option we have is whether or not we're going to accelerate or not accelerate. And we accelerate because it results in us collecting almost 100% of our taxes every year, which is what we care about. Right. Everything else we don't care about.
Because what I'm listening to is that if we did have compassion, which is challenging to do that when everybody, it's an even playing field. So you can't have compassion and lower it. But and if we did fall into this issue, we'd have lawsuits and we'd be foreclosing. We'd have another debt and we'd start taking on liability of a property we own, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and the problem with, of course, foreclosing on taxes, even though a private lien holder has to wait 2 years, we only have to wait 6 months. But even an in-rem tax foreclosure, my office does them kind of routinely. You could wait 2 years before you see that money. That is a problem, and then that's the point in time where you then have to start account for it in your reserve for your uncollected taxes. But the short answer is that we don't have any, there's no way we can turn the dial here to make this more or less compassionate. It is, the problem is that if people don't pay their taxes, everybody else, because everybody else pays for that, people who don't pay their taxes, because you literally budget an amount as a reserve for an uncollected taxes, so you raise it. If your reserve for uncollected taxes is $5 million, that's $5 million you budget and collect from the other taxpayers. So
You brought up another good point, too, is that for the certificate holders who do pick up these taxes, they have 2 years to foreclose.
right, and they pay the tax, by the way, and they pay the taxes during that
They
2-year
have the
period
option
too.
to continue to pay those taxes.
Whereas if we were to pay them, we can foreclose in 6 months.
Right, except we could start in 6 months, but it takes 2 years after that 6 months before you get, I don't know whether the foreclosure unit has gotten any faster. I know that they have literally hundreds of thousands of cases backlog, but when the case is concluded at the Superior Court, to get a foreclosure judgment out of a foreclosure unit in Trenton takes something between 18 months and 2 years.
So a certificate holder can't start for 2 years.
Yeah, so in other words, and once again, once we do all of that, then we have to sell the property at a sheriff's sale, and then, it's pretty
And
complicated.
also, it's not generating any tax dollars while it's
Correct.
under our ownership.
Correct.
I've heard this brought up a few times by members of the council, and my confusion is we can't reward people who don't pay their taxes for those who are paying on time. And this is an issue that is being done across 560 municipalities across the state. I just don't know where we can decide to be compassionate over one and another. I just went through COVID, it was just recent, and I remember the people crying, and I remember calling, and we could do nothing for them. So I'm challenged by that. I'm not going to support it or ever going to support it. If you can't pay your taxes on time, there's penalties for it. That's just how it goes. And I believe this is incentivized, so we have a large amount of tax holders who will come and pay on time as we need that money. And I think the audience would have less people to pay, and we'd have other issues and problems. But at a later date, I'll go over this again with the collector, but it's brought up again. It's been brought up for the last 3 years, and I just don't know where we're going with it. Thank you.
Okay.
Council President, before Joanne leaves, well, just a quick one. Quick question. Right now, I think I just heard we charge 14% initially. Is that what we set it at?
I believe it's 18%.
I think it's
start
18%.
point,
Okay.
And then works its way down to 0 and then the
Right.
premium.
Now here's my next question, and maybe you can't answer, but maybe somebody else on the dais could answer it that's been here for a while. I don't know, right? But in our history of Edison, right, has that number been lower than 18% or 14%, whatever that number is? Has it ever been set lower than that? Does anybody recall or know?
I can tell you, and I only go back into the early 90s. I don't recall it ever. It always has been that, which is the
far-
statutory.
Right.
Yeah.
As far as I've been in my field, that is the starting point that
Yeah.
I'm aware of.
So everybody does the same rate?
Yes.
And
Pretty
we've
much.
been doing this forever.
Yeah, it's
Right.
directed by regulations.
Yeah, by
at the
state law.
state.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Council President?
Yes, Councilman Patel.
Just want to, I think we discussed too many things, and I don't think my council colleague was really the answer. The tax sale process is a very complex process. Okay, probably we need a 101 to understand what the tax sale process is. It's done by an auction. It is not just done by the Edison Township. It is statewide. If you go auction.com, tax sale, you'll find hundreds of towns listed there. Every town has a different calendar. I believe for Edison, it is November. Towards the tail end of the November, we get the list of this council used to get the list who are the defaulters. In fact, I spoke on this dais asking this administration to send a letter so that the residents know that they owe the money, because many people do it online and they forget. Coming back to the prominent question, Councilman Coyle, you said, I don't want to give free money. There is no free money. This is an obligation because we have an obligation to pay our salaries, to pay for the infrastructure. So we have to collect that money as a part of the tax sale process. However, the way the tax sale process works, either you put a premium so that you can win the bid. So there is a bidding process. Either you put the flat amount or you put a percentage. And on this dais, I have said that, is there a way that we can pass a resolution to reduce that percentage from 18%, which is the statutory percentage that is set there, which is not just for Edison, but this is across the board, not for Edison. So it depends on the bidder whether he wants to bid 4%, 5%, 10%, but I'm pretty sure, there are people who are doing this as a full-time business. They pour millions and millions of dollars into this tax sale. It's not in Edison, but across probably United States. So there are big lobbies, and there are small investors who would like to, instead of putting probably $5,000 in a bank, getting 1%, they will probably get 6% or 8% or 10% or 12%. So it's up to the bidder. So does township lose any revenue? Absolutely not. So is this discussion is about giving a tax break to anyone or give any free ride? Absolutely not. So just want to make it clear, this is absolutely not. We get every dime and nickel that we put on a tax sale. The reason I said this on council dais is Edison Township properties are valuable more than what we think. So anytime the property comes for the tax sale, believe me or not, there is a line. Everybody's outbidding. And the way the bidding process works is if somebody says 18% and another person 12%, 12% wins, not the 18%, because that 12 or 18% township doesn't get that revenue. That revenue is more to the investor who is giving the money for us to clear our obligation. So hopefully this clears.
Okay.
So there is no intent to give break to anyone or,
Oh, okay, Council President, if you're looking to lower the playing field to allow other people to get involved, your regular working man to step up to the plate and have an opportunity to get involved in this process, I get it. I was misunderstood by another premium that's part of why they come here and to make money. But if you're looking to lower the premiums for people to get involved and act, anyone in this audience could give a shot, whether they have enough or not, I understand. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 10 from the Department of Health. A, resolution awarding contract purchase order for HIPAA compliant software for the Health Department, $205,170. B, resolution authorizing professional services contract to People for Animals for veterinary services clinics, $60,000. And C, resolution awarding emergency contract purchase order for the installation of outdoor kennels due to overcrowding, $84,840. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Yes, Council President?
Council Vice President Harris.
Yeah, let me start with B. Who is People for Animals? Where are they located? And for what time period is this that this resolution covers?
So I know that they're based out in Hillside. We had passed a resolution July of last year. I think it was a not to exceed, or
If I may.
Yes.
These invoices cover this year.
Okay. And has this been, I'm wondering, so it covers this year. Now, we had been using Sarebrook Veterinary Services, had we not?
We've been using several veterinary services. We were not committed to just one. Some of these performed different services. For example, some of them did vaccinations. Some do more immediate care, emergency care. So there's a variety of services that each of those vets would do.
Okay, and so, again, this $60,000 covers this year?
Correct.
Okay. Then going on to C for the fence, which is great because we need all the help we can get for space for these kennels. Have these been built already? Are these, because I know that there have been outdoor kennels that have been added on. Are these for ones that have already been built or ones that are to be built?
They have already been built.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And just to clarify, if I understand correctly, these are the kennels that are, when you go to the animal shelter, they're in front of the building, whereas we had a fencing resolution earlier in the year, which was to replace the ones that were in the back, the open play areas in the back. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President,
Councilman Patil?
on A, unless you want to go.
Okay. Councilman Patil.
Thank you, Council President. Through Council President, question to administration. This is more on HIPAA compliant software for our health department. Have you tried the shared service with either county or with any neighboring town? In this
First for
particular area?
health, an
Yes.
animal, you mean?
No, not animal. This is for the health department because this is more of the way we store the data because it is personal information. It's a health-related information. So this deals with the IT.
We have not explored the idea of having a shared services agreement with a software with the county. That's not something we would necessarily typically look into is piggyback off of perhaps theirs, but we can certainly look into it. This is something that would cover our animal shelter, vaccinations. This is more specific to our record keeping on vaccinations, school immunization, things of that nature. So it's Edison-centric.
Understood, but even though it is Edison-centric, there is a possibility, not possibility, there is definitely a way, because I'm an IT guy, there is definitely a way to use probably or collaborate with more than one town to reduce our licensing cost. Still secure the data and still the data access only by the Edison Township. But again, I can have offline conversation and see how we can save the cost here.
I can certainly look into that because that's something that we did do with the Microsoft. So good point. I will definitely look at that to
Thank
see
you.
if that's a possibility.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. Councilman Brescher?
Yes. B, This is this company here is a 501? Yes? Okay. And then let me jump to C. C, this was installed already?
So typically, under an emergency, that means that the work needs to be performed, and then it would come back to the council, usually after the fact that it's completed.
Okay.
Nothing different than if there was a water main break or something to that effect, if there was an immediate need. And as you know, with the animal shelter, we've come into various issues, and part of it was the capacity issue. So having those outdoor dog runs were helpful to,
Well, listen.
Adjust overcrowding.
I guess the when we say emergency, we were made aware in July that there was issues. We didn't do anything until this body started to look into it. And then even with some of the latest reports where I see that we were getting rid of the volunteers, or they're recommending we get rid of the volunteers, is troublesome, number one, and alarming, number two. It's almost like the people that brought this to our attention are being retaliated against in a way. And when we form this committee and we meet with this ASPCA guy from wherever, he has a lot of explaining to do to us. Because to me, those people should not only be protected, but they should receive some sort of proclamation by this body, in bringing this to everybody's attention. So, I mean, I guess I'm okay with this, saying it's an emergency, but this is an emergency that's been going on since the original doctor. And he's another one that I would like to say that the original doctor we had, I think is actually like a hero to the animal shelter. It's unfortunate what has happened. Has he been paid? Oh, wait, that's for my discussion items. Okay. I'm good with defense. Thank you, Council President. Sorry.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Any other?
Council Council President, in anticipation with the animal shelter having been on the agenda today, we do have the Monmouth SPCA, the person we're contracting with here. Glad to answer any questions you have, but again, that's up to you. If that's,
I guess during discussion items,
okay.
right?
That's fine.
Right, Tom? Okay.
Unless there's anything pertaining to the resolutions you would like
It's
clarification, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's not really there. It has to do with
So
the
if
other
okay,
issues.
during the discussion items, absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Council.
Council President, I know,
Councilman Doyle.
I just got confused on the last speaker. Can you walk me through this resolution, what the purpose this is for to the BA?
Sorry, which one?
For the veterinarian on the agenda. I'm sorry, I just left the amount B.
So for
The
item,
60,000, yeah.
yeah, so we had a not to exceed contract issued last year. Their services have gone over that threshold, so this would be to pay off those balances, if I understand correctly.
Correct.
And what is the purpose behind the initial contract for their work? Is veterinarian services, clinics?
There were various veterinary services, vaccinations,
do
the doc visits, and there were actually neutering, spaying,
Okay, so
things of
it's-
that nature
it's
that they were
for
doing.
a lower cost to our residents that bring in their dogs, they get the shots and stuff? Is that what?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't recall the exact backup. I think it had rabies and
Okay,
neutering and
all right, then
stuff
this
like
is what
that.
we've done before, okay. Yeah, and there's been, there's been some neighbors who reached out to me waiting to get shots for their animals. Is that something that's on hold because of this extension of contract?
You'd have to be more specific in terms of what shots exactly, what services, and were they pets that were adopted, and
Okay.
I'd have to know
okay,
exactly what the
What are
circumstances
we
are.
offering right now in the last 3 months for pets, for owners of pets?
So as far as vaccinations and so the typical care, that would be a vet, a private vet that would do it. But as far as animals that are adopted through the township, is
We
that
have
you're
a day
referring to?
where you can bring in your dog for $20 and get a shot. The rabies-
Your rabies clinic, so those,
I'm sorry, Council President, could you tell her she's out of order, please? All right? I don't need someone from the audience. She can go on Facebook and do that. You do plenty of that. Okay, you make no sense anyway, but back to you, it's a rabies. Do we have that on our calendar?
we have those upcoming this year. I believe there will be one in January and February.
Okay.
Well, we'll get those dates to you.
Okay, is any of that being held up? Because the conversation I had with, I guess, part of this contract, someone reached out to us and said they weren't getting their rabies for the shots for their pets. Is that being held up because of this?
Again, I'd have to just confirm that.
Okay, I can wait for I have a lot of questions for the progress of the animal shelter, so I'll wait to the discussions, and I'm sure Rich does, and maybe other members. I'm happy to see this then be extended, because people have been asking. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 11, from the Department of Law. A, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a shared service agreement for elevator safety with the Township of Woodbridge. B, an ordinance amending Chapter 37 zoning, amending various sections pertaining to warehouses. C, resolution authorizing and directing the planning board to conduct a preliminary investigation to determine whether a proposed study area, which includes properties identified on the official tax maps as Block 340, lots 102, 1.3, and 2.01, AKA 41 Glendale Avenue, qualify as a condemnation area in need of redevelopment in accordance with the local redevelopment and housing law. Any questions, comments, or concerns? And before we go, because item C pertains to some of the litigation items.
Item C probably pertains to the closed session, so there may be some questions we want to ask then.
Yeah, so my request would be, because it may cross over with that, to wait for the closed session. Thank you. Any questions pertaining to any of the other items?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Patel.
I just wanted to make a comment on B. I just want to thank legal and you, of course, for getting this process so quickly. This was something I feel our town needed. Having a single definition of warehouse makes it really difficult to pinpoint to our business partner exactly what we're looking for in town, what would be good for our town, and where we would want particular facilities. By having this definition, we can clarify certain positions that we hold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President?
Councilman Patel?
Yeah, question on B. When we say the permitted usage, are we sure that we are clearly classifying with the loading trucks, not loading trucks versus warehouse? Because warehouse could be just a skeleton, but they can just put the bay there for loading, unloading.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I'm having trouble hearing.
Okay, on B, the permitted usage for the warehouses, we are modifying the ordinance. What can be done, what cannot be done, or what is permitted there. Is there a way to put the restriction, just not the simple warehouse, because warehouse could be storage facility, could ultimately end up opening the truck loading, unloading bays, like FedEx or something. So is that some restriction in place into that, or?
So with this, it primarily sets up two additional definitions, modifies two existing definitions. The additional definitions pertain to distributing center and fulfillment center. When you look at the definition of warehousing in and of itself, like one of the thoughts was, do we include self-storage as that? But technically, a warehouse in and of itself is self-storage. The other definition being modified is the truck terminal to also include from truck and van because of the change in atmosphere of how items are being delivered. One of the major differences is that this would essentially be restricting fulfillment center into the Raritan Center. So anything in the LI zone that would be for warehousing and distribution center. That would be the primary difference.
Understood, but my second question is, isn't that supposed to be part of the master plan as well?
So
What to allow, what not to allow? That's the whole idea we did whole 9-yard master plan project.
Not strictly speaking, I don't think.
yeah,
Not strictly speaking, I don't think. I think that this was more of a technical review of this ordinance specifically to add definitions that we think update what the current economic view of a warehouse is, right? I think that's really what's the issue.
because technically still in the zoning,
Yeah, we haven't changed the
Where-
zone, we just changed the definitions.
Can I explain?
yes,
So one
Councilman
of the
Patel.
issues that essentially set this off was that during the planning board, there was a case that wanted to use essentially vans as a loading and unloading zone. And it would be very difficult for the town to, way our zoning is worded, it would be very difficult for us as a planning board or zoning board to legally define, their uses and to essentially say, hey, we don't really want that in that area. So that was the reason I brought it up. And one of the suggestions from legal was to clarify certain things that we can do, because having just warehouses opens it up to anything. And we need to clarify. So that was the reason we started this process, and we went back and forth, and we, came up with this, just so we can start something and, put something on the books and clarify to our business partners, where we are trying to have certain types of businesses and where we're not. So it is something we need to capture, and that's why we started this.
No, I understand that, again, clarifying is always helpful for planning and zoning board, but my question is, the master plan should really rewrite or modify a bunch of ordinances underneath of that, so it will restrict or prohibit certain usage.
So in regards to the draft, it makes recommendations, for instance, in regards to reducing the LI zone in and of itself, but that's rezoning in it. And it does recommend this change as well. I think it is a little bit different from the master plan in the sense that this pertains to type of use, not the zone where they would be, whether, I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase this. We're not changing the zoning of any lots or parcels. It's just-
Understood that, but again, this specifies very specific to section Raritan River area. To me, when we did when we wanted to do the warehouse tax assessment, we were told this would be spot assessment and you can't do that just one type of entity. Now we are coming back saying, Raritan, what about the Heller Park? L1, same zone. Now we'll be giving a different treatment to Raritan Center versus the Heller Park. So if we can amend the ordinance in a broader way that regardless of where that L1 area falls, yes, that makes more sense to me.
I think that would be part of the next step because how, like when you look at the zoning, especially in Heller Park, it is spread with RRD and the LI zone, right? But when we rezone based on the master plan's recommendations, we can probably tidy that up so that, to your point, having more centralized areas are pertained. And then we can modify this as well so that it accompanies those zones. Right now, the zones that are mentioned are those that directly have warehousing inclusive in it. RI being the most restrictive, LI being the next, and then RRD, which we know is the Raritan Center.
Understood, as long as we are not liable for the lawsuits of spot zoning, I'm okay. And willing to extend this to make it generic LI zone, then next step, I'm okay with that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other,
Council
Councilman
President,
Coyle?
I agree with some words from my council colleague, Ajay Patel. I think the master plan covers some of this. I think, I didn't get a chance to review this. I'm asking to pull it or table it for the next meeting. But I think I just want to go over some facts of what our master plan is going to do. versus what we're trying to accomplish here. And I just have some questions of some commerce that's in a positive way on some ends, and some commerce that's not a good thing for Edison with all the truck traffic. So I'm just not prepared tonight, but I would hope that we can table this. Thank you. That's B.
Thank you. For myself, this was already tabled before, so if any questions were to have come up prior to the last time that it was first put up, I would have hoped that those questions would have come to me right after that. Councilman Brusher?
Yes. I guess some of the concerns that were brought up were like in that 37-32.2 or the 3733.8, where it says shall be conforming. And I guess the question comes up with a like the Glendale property. If that was a warehouse there currently, and what they used the warehouse for was to bring goods in and store them, right, and then ship them back out, so that it wasn't a distribution center or anything like that. But then, over time, they start running it as like a distribution center or something like that, and we're unaware of it. And then they want to expand because they buy the property going down to the river, even though we changed the zoning there to residential. Them buying that other property, they would get a continued use the way this is written.
No, because that new property wouldn't be covered. So if they bought more property, that property wouldn't be in the prior non-conforming that the property they have is.
But their property would, right? And
Their property would.
and if they were using it then as a distribution center,
Well,
if
if they
that wasn't what it was originally for, and they're expanding it, would they still have to go like through planning and zoning for that?
Yes, yeah, if they changed from a warehouse to a fulfillment center, they would have to, yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Councilman Patel?
Wouldn't the existing clause protect them? Like, because they would technically be before this was passed, so then they could.
Yeah, now that you say it, yes, no, they would have been conforming under the prior zoning ordinance, and it would have been a permitted use under the prior zoning ordinance, correct. But if they expanded it, it would be different. And I think the question was, if they bought more property, could they expand? I think that was the issue.
Council President,
Councilman Coyle?
permission to debate this item, because if we're not going to table it, I just have a lot of questions.
You can absolutely motion.
Could you first walk me through, and again, I'm for not having warehouses in districts that face residential, including Silver Lake and a few others that were snuck into this community, which really, hurt the areas there. What I'm concerned with is other areas listed on here that would be included, because we're changing the ordinance. Are we changing it for the entire town or just specific locations that's,
Just those 3 zones.
okay, could you give me some locations of these zones geographically?
The only one I know, the RI1, is on the north side of Edison, which is in the area of Plainfield Road. The LI zone, there's 6 primary areas. The Heller Park area, Silver Lake, Talmadge, Jackson Avenue, as an example, that's 4. Over by Kilmer, that's 5.
And there's
one more
Runyon.
that's-
Runyon is also the L1. Runyon Avenue, Runyon off the Talmadge.
Meridian. That would be the LI, and then the RRD is in the Raritan Center.
Okay. You first started off with you're not sure in the north side. Could Hank come up and get specific on the areas, or unless you want to elaborate? I just want to get streets and locations. And I definitely agree with a few that are on here, Silver Lake, Jackson Ave, definitely. Through the Council President, to the BA, could Hank come up? Is that, or do you want to elaborate, Council President?
If you would like, I can share with you a colorized map of all our zoning that
Okay.
shows where, each thing is, if you'd like, so that you know exactly where the RI zone, the red here is LI zone, dark red. And I know the people in attendance right here cannot see, but if you'd like, I can absolutely share that so that you can see exactly where those zones are.
I guess the next question I have is that some areas definitely have an issue. I mean, I think Silver Lake is definitely an issue that's challenging. I guess first what I have to say is that coming from Commerce and being the president of our chamber, I can't help but to mention how important Commerce is to property values, and the warehouse is getting the full economic utility of their property. Now, today is one lane people are using warehouse for. Tomorrow it's another. And you have to justify those values on how they may change in the future. I guess in the future, when I guess we'll just change it again and change it back. But, the areas like Silver Lake, I get it. You don't want that to become you're calling it a fulfillment center, correct? So, but when you look at places like Talmadge Road, Kilmer, and Raritan Center, how do you distinguish them from taking their full rights away from their property? Like, Raritan Center is in the middle of nowhere. Like, right now, there's zero traffic in Raritan Center right now.
Well, if it's a current use, it will remain permitted. To Councilman Patil's point before, in regards to the master plan, my hope would be that we end up rezoning certain items to be more concise and pinpoint where we want certain industry, so to say. Right now, we're kind of bound within the current zoning as it is. So to me, this is a intermediary step to what we would like to see in the future. So as an example, like eventually you could have Talmadge, LI zone, Kilmer, LI zone, and have them each be different zones in and of itself, even if they're the same permitted use. By the way, I think that would actually be beneficial to us because when we talk about substantial importance in regards to the whole public advocate thing, they talk about that in the sense of the entire zone. Well, if the entire zone accounts for 6 different areas throughout the township, guess what? 2 acres here on the entire township versus 2 acres on a smaller condensed zone, kind of plays a role into that. So, not sure if that answers your question exactly, but.
My challenge is, Council President, I don't feel you're fully prepared tonight. That's my first question. I just don't see that you've proven that, on one side, the residents, most come to here in this room, and some are here today, complain about areas like Silver Lake, and they complain about Jackson Avenue. But you're also holding people, you're penalizing some areas that are good for commerce and putting them in the same bundle. So am I wrong, or am I misunderstanding that?
Well,
Because,
the next part would be part of the master plan to rezone those areas more appropriately.
so I guess tonight, why would we change Kilmer Road? Why would we change Raritan Center? Why would we change Talmadge Road today when they're not as impacted? They're not impacting people. I mean, the complaints as council people we get every day are from Silver Lake and Jackson Avenue, but we're pooling all these other properties into the same, am I correct?
I can't help how they zoned things in 2003. I wasn't here.
Council President, it's wrong what you're doing. We're not fully prepared, and you're dictating what commerce should be where and what the use of warehouse should be in districts that have been going on for 75 years. I mean, it just makes no sense to me that we would take away from areas that have nothing going on right now in their particular geographic territory of the town. Right now, there is not much going on in Kilmer Road right now, and there's zero going on in Raritan Center. So why would we take away from future tax base we can have? Because today it's a fulfillment center. And if you went down there, and this is a fair argument, there's nothing going on right now in Raritan Center, and there's not much going on in Kilmer. But you're looping them all into the ordinance without the master plan today to stop the word fulfillment, because fulfillment is the economic opportunity today, which will change tomorrow. And the blame of Talmadge Road and Silver Lake, no, the blame of Silver Lake and Jackson Avenue, now Raritan Center, Kilmer Road are the victims of this ordinance because of that. So I don't get why we would change all of them when they are great fertile areas to continue because there's no traffic there today. And it's fine. I've never heard one person come and complain on Kilmer for a fulfillment center or a warehouse, or never complain around Raritan Center where there is still future land of opportunity. I just don't get why we're doing all of them. And that's where I say this ordinance doesn't make sense. And when it comes to our tax base and how people decide to invest here, and why landowners get an opportunity, how we receive taxes, is based on these opportunities, their full economic utility. You're taking that away. And that's a fact. You're clearly taking it away because of today, that's the popular demand. Today, and we didn't come up with this. They changed from warehouse to fulfillment, warehouse to distribution, how we dictate what that wording is, but we should change it because the people who complained here, the fun word came from this audience because of Jackson Ave and because of Silver Lake, which was super important. Tomorrow morning, we understand we don't want a warehouse there, but you're going to take it away from other areas where there's economic opportunity.
Question to Councilman Patel. Are fulfillment centers being taken away in the Raritan Center?
No.
Okay. So this goes back before, forget Jackson, Silver Lake, and all this. This originally came about for me during a planning board meeting when Designer Greetings was here, and we spent 45 minutes up here on this dais debating about the terminology of fulfillment center and e-commerce. So to say that other items led to this, is just not true. In regards to taking away economic utility, you can still have distributions centers in all the LI facilities. You're talking specifically fulfillment centers, which is very specific in terms of how they operate, right? Taking down big packages into individual, going to the end user. That's a big definition aspect to it, is that it goes from the facility to the end user in the sense of how we view with Amazon. Do I think that is going to hurt, say, a mill worker who rents out a space to build cabinets? I don't. I think that classifies under distribution center. So as an example, again, from planning board last year, there was a warehouse approved on Stelton Road that was, to my understanding, going to be more for construction purposes, that I don't think that this would take away their economic utility because of banning or removing as a permitted use fulfillment centers in the LI zone. To me, it just goes into, if we see later on that the LI zone on Kilmer or the LI zone in Talmadge are being more negatively impacted, then we should probably change those zones. So, Councilman Patel.
And I also wanted to point out that the fulfillment center specifically is an issue is because it creates a lot of traffic. And the reason we want to be mindful of those is because if they are near any residence area, and which we hear all the time, hey, warehouses are creating a bad environment in my neighborhood because the trucks are going where they shouldn't be going, even though we have signs and stuff. And this is a concern that the residents have, and rightfully so. And RRD zone for fulfillment center, I believe, is pretty safe because it's self-contained, and there's plenty of exits without actually going in through to any of the residential side, at least with minor. If there is some, I'm sure there might be one or two roads, but very minor, it's self-contained. So I believe there is a concern and there is a need to define these different uses. Especially, it makes it easier for businesses going forward to know, hey, this will be something they'll be okay with, and the residents would be okay knowing that, hey, there will be no fulfillment center, there'll be no trucks going in and out every single hour of the day. That would be something I think residents would like. So I think this is a good ordinance that we should pass.
Okay, Council President, the part I'm confused here is, when we talk fulfillment, I was under this impression that when it reaches fulfillment, usually it's the last mile. For instance, there's one around in center that came into this body, or through the planning board, then to this body, to basically say, we don't want this to be about trucks, it's gonna be about vans, correct? Do we remember that? So are we identifying the vans to be part of the fulfillment? Okay, so I just want to make, so, and again, I just want to make sure everybody's educated here, because the confusion I have, and again, I prefer to move to table this just so we can have, other discussions in committee. I'm fine with, not having warehouse in some areas that abut residential. Clearly, Silver Lake we know is an issue. Clearly, Jackson Avenue is an issue. We don't want that to become a larger opportunity than it is. But what doesn't make sense to me is that, I guess the first question I want to ask is, what is the gain to restrict these zones? I know I'm hearing it's okay if you're pre-existing today, okay? But are you saying the public gain is, for the future, no more in these areas? Can I hear that from you, Council President?
Yeah, if it's currently a conforming use, upon the change of the ordinance, it would still be a conforming use.
So would, on Kilmer, would you tomorrow be allowed to have a fulfillment center on Kilmer?
Well, in technicality, we'd have to wait 2 weeks if this gets motioned to
Okay,
introduce. And
I'm meaning, I'm sorry, the technicalities, that's not what I meant. For the future of this ordinance you're bringing to, you want to restrict Kilmer from having a fulfillment center?
yes,
And you want to restrict Raritan Center?
well,
It has no traffic at all.
Restricted to Raritan Center.
What's that?
restricted to Raritan Center.
Mean that they can only be in Raritan Center.
Okay,
So let's limit them to Raritan Center.
okay, well, okay, so now I'm understanding a little, does everybody understand that on the council, or am I the only one that just understood that? I'm fine with feeling like I didn't get it, but that's the part I didn't see in here.
No, the Raritan Center, the intention, it's an industrial complex. So if there is going to be anywhere where there would be more accessibility to type of commerce, to me, that makes sense to have that as part. And additionally, that was the issue, one of the issues originally, because the initial ordinance was completely prohibiting fulfillment center. But in reality, if you're going to have that type of use, the Raritan Center, for the reasons that have been already elaborated on, makes sense.
And for Kilmer, there'll be no more fulfillment center, you don't want anything on Kilmer?
At the moment, like if this were to pass, then no, any new construction there would have fulfillment center be prohibited. Now, if anyone's been following the master plan, one of the recommendations on Kilmer is for it to be rezoned TOD, transit-oriented district, right? So if you're going to make that area more residential anyway, probably wouldn't want fulfillment centers there going forward. Anyway, so.
I guess part of the problem I'm having here is where there is, historical areas, Kilmer has been the lifeline of many transfers of warehouses, whether it was, served, for the war. Like, how do we just take that away from that area because of the complaint we've had on Silver Lake? I get, and I'm feeling better, or some areas are not restricted, but still Kilmer. How do we take it away from Kilmer? That's been an industrial area for a lifetime. A lifetime.
My confusion comes from, you're saying that we're restricting warehousing from being in Kilmer, but that's not the case.
Then can you walk me through what you're doing to Kilmer,
Council
the Kilmer
President,
area?
So we are restricting fulfillment center from Kilmer. Yes, they can still have warehouses. And again, that might change after the master plan gets passed and we have a TOD zone, then that might not be possible after that. But again, that is something for the future. But as of right now, we're just clarifying that fulfillment center, because of the
issues with the traffic that they cause for the residents. Like warehousing is still, there's still some increase in traffic, but it's not to the level that fulfillment center create. And
So, and again, the other question I have is clarification. Fulfillment center is less trucks, more vans, correct?
no,
No.
fulfillment centers essentially think of it as their trucks delivering in and out all the time, coming back, picking up more stuff, going out to deliver more stuff, coming back, picking up more stuff, delivering out more stuff, getting big trucks, and essentially breaking down big deliveries into small individual last mile deliveries. So the trucks are going in and out all the time throughout the whole day. There is no stop. Warehousing might be, a truck will come in, they'll put some stuff in storage for 12 hours or a month or so, and then so essentially the difference in traffic, the amount of traffic created, that's the difference between fulfillment center and maybe the old 1990s warehouses that we were used to.
I guess the other part, I'm confused with the definitions that we call fulfillment and what we call warehouse and what we call distribution. And I just would, again, I'm asking the table just for fair reasons. We have the master plan, we're doing things. I'm supporting the purpose of what you're trying to accomplish, but I still, as you change the language, you change the definition and value of properties, and that's what you're doing. Today, yeah, there is a, we all know there's a demand for warehouse today, and that can change tomorrow. What we see today could be a phase of 7 years of what's going on, then it changes to something else. I just don't know, without having expert, professionals involved in this change, and without knowing what the factual, purpose is in of a distribution place versus a warehouse versus fulfillment, I'm just hearing what the public is telling us.
Council President?
It's fair to say. I mean, what you define as fulfillment, you just said, and Councilman Patel, I am supporting where we're trying to go with this, but I don't see here or have any expert testimony in this of the reasons and the definitions of each area specifically. And we're saying this causes more traffic. I haven't heard anybody come to me and say vans are causing traffic. Yet I haven't heard one person that day as all these vans are leaving town, Kilmer. I just haven't heard that yet.
If I recall correctly, we've gotten a lot of complaints about the Amazon trucks by Duclos, which is right off of Kilmer. So I disagree with that assessment.
And Council President?
Yes, Councilman Patel.
I see what Councilman Coyle is trying to say, that yes, it does decrease what is essentially the most popular business right now, which is warehousing. But you have to ask yourself, is that something you want forever in town? Because once it comes in, and if it is, most likely it will be successful. It will be there for a long time. That means in 7 years, when this phase changes to data centers, we won't have that land available for data centers. That will not cause any traffic. That will not cause any of the issues that fulfillment centers will bring. So truly the question is, do we want to commit ourselves to just saying, yes, we are okay with fulfillment centers on Kilmer Ave, and we're okay with the traffic that it will bring for the next 30 years? I don't think I'm ready to commit to that. And that is why I think it is important that we pass this. And, in 7 years, if we find out that, hey, we're struggling to meet our taxes, we can always open it up. And if it's still in demand, it'll still come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions,
Council
comments?
President, my last
Councilman Coyle.
swing at the plate, this is, I understand the interest of what you're trying to accomplish here. I still think it needs more time, and I'm just asking to politely table it. The two reasons why is this is a very long dive of a change. It's a big change to commerce. It's a large change to the industrial values of property. And today, we have limited information, no expert testimony on traffic. My understanding was, and again, I'm not saying people have not complained about vans, but I've heard people complain about trucks and truck traffic. That's what I've heard at this day, is trucks and truck traffic. So if you're telling me that, there are residents that prefer trucks over vans, I'm challenged by that, and I just want to walk through that, because what you're telling the public is, what I believe this is saying, no vans in your neighborhood, because there'll be more vehicles moving. I think vans are better than trucks. So I'm just confused here, and I don't think you're prepared to vote on this today with the questions I'm asking. I'm just asking politely to have more time to look at it. This is a big change in commerce. It's by definition, taking away the full economic utility of a property for other reasons of that purpose. I mean, we have businesses every day that turn to something else. We have a large amount of banquet centers that become daddy daycares. And then they're prayer centers in the middle of a daddy daycare, okay? And I haven't seen a person come to hear about the complaint of 3 uses in one location. And it's happening all over Oak Tree Road. But, and to say that's not causing traffic. So I'm just challenged, because the complaints I remember at this day is the complaints I've heard from residents is truck traffic. And in fulfillment centers is vans. So I'd rather have the definition by a professional. I'd rather hear from others to testify or give us some expert testimony to be included in this packet. And I don't support this, Council President. You clearly are pushing this before the master plan. I think your ideas mean well, but you don't have all the answers.
Council President,
It's not fair.
Yes, Councilman Patil.
I think we are on this topic past 25 plus minutes, and we have residents as well waiting. So again, as usual, as a parliamentary process, if the council colleague doesn't want to, support, I think it's a time to call the roll call, and if he wants to table and see if it passes through. Thank you, Council
But we're
President.
still in the work session, so I think the opportunity would be later on during the introduction. If there is no motion to introduce, then I guess it would die at that point.
I'm okay with that option either, it's up to Councilman Coyle.
I won't continue any questions, Councilman Patil. I understand. Sure. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. Uh, 12, from the Department of Planning and Engineering. A, resolution refunding in-house engineering inspection fees. B, resolution authorizing change order number 2 for the Toth Health and Senior Center renovation, $99,112. C, resolution refunding cash performance receipt of maintenance bond. D, resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting for construction manager for the Edison Sports Building project. E, resolution releasing of cash maintenance bond. F, resolution releasing of cash maintenance bond as well. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Patil.
Coming on, I'll come back to B afterwards. For D, for construction manager, a question through Council President to administration. Have we hired the construction manager for the Toth Center, the senior center?
The scene,
I think what the councilman is asking, was a construction manager hired for the Toth Center or any of the other projects, I would
Yep,
presume?
any other projects?
no, and that's what this process is for.
Understood. Is there any specific reason that we need the construction manager?
There's a huge oversight in terms of the project, so having someone to look over a multi-million-dollar project, it would be helpful to do so.
Okay, so we contracted the work someone, and now we are hiring someone to oversee that. I understand the meaning of construction manager, but if we have not done that for other major projects like the Toth Center, which we are spending $5+ million, other than saying, yes, it's a large project, it's a complex project, we need oversight. Oversight is, we already gave the contract, they are supposed to do the work.
Those were for engineering, which you're referring to. This would be during the process of construction.
Okay, I think I'm not getting the answer, but thank you. Let me go back to question number, line number B. It's $5.4 million. It's a $99,000 additional fund that you're asking. What's the square footage of this building, by the way?
Are we referring to the sports building?
No, Toth Center.
Toth Center. You're looking for the square footage? I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Because this project is really going probably above and beyond if I look at this number and knowing what I know from the public information, this is probably exceeding $400, $500 per square feet, or maybe much more than that. So is this change order in line with the expectation, or?
The change order is for abatement.
Understood. I did read some asbestos and all that stuff, and we need to clear that up. But it's typically a responsibility of the vendor. When they are bidding, they know what they are getting into, and there should be some sort of a contingency baked into their bids. So, okay, once I get the number on the square footage, I'll come back to the questions during the next council meeting. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. And just, I can't confirm this right now, but one of the metrics that are on the backup document, it says 4,000 square feet for 9x9 floor tile. So I can kind of presume that that might be an approximate based on the flooring square footage, but obviously would have to check against the floor plan.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Council Vice
Is
President
my
Harris.
understanding correct that that $99,000 and change has to do with asbestos removal and disposal?
Yes, to my
Okay.
understanding.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Brusher.
Yes, I'd like to say, first of all, I'd like to get the square footages on the tote building and for the sports building. So if we can get both of those. But second, to me, a construction manager is something that the town, the Board of Ed, anybody that does construction should be using this. And I'm going to go back to that change order we just did for the dirt, right? I believe a construction manager would have came in here and they would have explained to us that there were two choices, right? We could spend the additional $500,000 and keep the project on schedule, or we could have allowed it to dry out and we could have achieved the same compaction that was there, which was the original design. And that would have been up to this body and the administration to determine whether we needed to spend an additional $500,000 to get a field done in November as opposed to maybe December, because I don't think people are going to be playing on it that month anyway. But the construction manager, when we talk about the sports center, I haven't had a chance to look at the drawings. Council President said you sent me a full set of drawings and specifications on it at one time, I think.
Yeah, a while ago, but
right.
I can resend it.
Right, but I haven't looked at it. But in there, I was told that we had things like geothermal, right? Most people don't have geothermal in their homes because when you can get a regular unit for 10 grand or you can do geothermal for like 40 grand, I mean, we all love the environment and all right, but when it comes out of our pocketbook, we don't go for the geothermal. When I looked at that building, which I consider like a pole barn building, I can't substantiate the cost for something over $10 million for something of that size for a pole barn. But I looked at some kind of funky structure on the outside, looks like an architectural feature, probably a steel structure that could be powder coated. I don't know, I didn't look at the specifications. But a construction manager would have sat down with the administration and would have informed the administration that that architectural feature is going to cost you $1.5 million. And then at that point, the administration might say, you know what, we want to spend $1.5 million for an architectural feature, and this body might agree to it. But we didn't hire the construction manager at that time. So what we got was what an architect drew. And I have no problem with architects, but what the public and what this body and what this administration needs to understand is that an architect is like an artist. Maybe why it starts with A. So they're looking to give you a wow factor. I've worked with many architects that built the wow, and that wow costs you money. Like the Apple Store. If anybody here has been in New York City, been to the Apple Store, it's wow. It's made of glass staircase, glass structure, everything's glass. I don't know that this administration and this body is looking for the wow factor, but I think we're paying for it. And if we would have hired these construction managers at the beginning I think we would have had cost reductions overall. Because what we've been doing, and this will go back to where my council colleague brought something up, was we paid the engineer, let's say, 10% to design the project, and then we pay the engineer 10% to oversee the project. Well, if he designed it, he's not going to tell you if he made a mistake. Where a construction manager will go to the engineer and say, we have a problem here, it's a mistake. The engineer will re-look at this, and he'll come up with a way to mitigate those costs. So it's advantageous to the township as a whole. I don't know about hiring an outside vendor. You could probably hire an employee, and if you don't have enough work, you could share them with the Board of Ed or something. But I mean, overall, I think I think this has been lacking. So I am strongly in favor of a construction management firm. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 13, from the Department of Public Works. A, resolution to release street open escrows. B, resolution amending R504, rejecting all bids for garbage refuse truck chassis. C, resolution accepting bid and awarding contract for landscape trailers, $142,271. D, resolution authorizing contract purchase order for one new and unused utility truck with options, $139,571. E, resolution authorizing contract purchase order for van upgrades, plows and spreaders, $107,090. F, resolution authorizing contract purchase order for two new and unused rear load garbage trucks with options, $673,179. G, resolution authorizing contract purchase order for one new and unused mechanical service truck with options, $332,218. H, resolution awarding contract purchase order for the purchase of 3 lawnmowers, $164,723. I, resolution authorizing the purchase of 2 new and unused one arm side load garbage trucks with options, $908,541. And J, resolution authorizing revision to the purchase of 2 new and unused bucket truck bodies with options, $43,996. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Patel?
question on, actually, my question is, to be honest, I know you provided me with a PDF with the Excel sheet. Sonia, is there a possibility that we can get an Excel sheet with all the vehicles that the town owns, what's the life expectancy, and because I want to play around with the data, I have a PDF, but which I can't filter and stuff, so I was hoping that you can provide an Excel sheet of that.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Patil.
Yeah, happy to see, many items from the public works finally. We are rebuilding this department, much needed investment in this department. The department is doing a wonderful job, and we need to empower them with the tools and equipments what they need. And I agree with my council colleague that we need to have the inventory control. I think we have discussed this many times, what we are buying, how many years life, so we can plan out ahead of a time, not come back with probably give me $5 million to probably redo things. But this is a good step in the process, and I'm happy that finally we are coming around with much needed investment in the DPW. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 14, from the Department of Recreation. A, resolution awarding payment to various nonprofit organizations for lead recreation services funding sports, $228,432. And B, resolution setting hut vendor space rental fees for the Winter Wonderland and Marketplace event. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President,
Councilman Patel?
I had a question on A. Is there a formula we use as to how that's calculated, or is it arbitrary?
From my understanding, this is what the township has contributed throughout the years.
Okay. So this is what we've done, so this
Yeah.
is what we're gonna do?
Yes, yes. I do want to just make a correction on the second resolution for Winter Wonderland. It's my understanding it was changed to 1 day. So I don't know if that's a clerical thing in terms of the resolution that maybe needed to be addressed.
Council
So
President?
I
Oh,
just,
go ahead.
I just
I
first
didn't mean to skip around.
noted about the day item, that it pertained to 1 day. Councilman Brescher?
Yes, two items. On A, we have a formula. The formula was made prior to this administration. I worked on it with the rec department, and this is part of was going to be my question anyway. And Kendra Roberts, actually, somebody from his firm, put together the formula. It was based upon how many children, how many fields, because some sports don't have any fields, so they don't have anything to take care of. And then we set a maximum and a minimum for each recreation. And my question was going to be, are we applying that formula? That formula was supposed to be reviewed like every 2 years, and the numbers to change depending on whether certain sports seemed to be growing and certain ones were going down. And what prompted it was we had something called the Angels softball, which virtually did not exist, yet they were receiving the same funding as Midtown softball. So that's why we put this formula together. And I know Kendra Roberts had it, and the rec department might not have the formula Kendra Roberts did, but I know the rec department did receive the numbers that were given. So I just wanted to make sure that we're redoing that or applying the formula.
Just so I can have my marching orders in terms of what's presented, are you looking to,
I just wanted to verify that it was,
Verify
it
the
was by the
formula?
formula, yes.
because the Edison Angels is not on here, and it was not on last year as well.
That's a good thing. Okay, so these are probably the original numbers, but I believe now this is 2 years. So the rec department has, they get a list from all the rec leagues that tell how many students they have or children they have. So we can just, I guess, update it for the following year. Be a good thing. Then for the resolution, for for Winter Wonderland, I'm going to make a request to the administration. I really enjoyed the Diwali thing that we had here, but it got people talking. Okay, and I guess this is in this country, right? Things have changed. When I was younger, we would go to Hanukkah celebrations, we would go to Christmas celebrations. And then sometime 20 years ago or something, we weren't allowed to call it Christmas or Hanukkah anymore. So my request is, since we are so diverse a community, and since we are so inclusive, where we have like the Eid and we have the Chinese New Year and we have the Diwali, if instead of calling it Winter Wonderland, if we can call it the Christmas Hanukkah Spectacular. And if it's just a matter of changing words, but they changed the words many years ago, and I'm looking to see if we can bring that back.
I will bring that suggestion to the administration.
Thank you.
Council President?
Thank you. Any other questions, just before I move on? Any other questions?
That would be a Council
Thank you.
President.
Councilman Patil?
Council President,
Hold on, I already recognized Councilman Patil. I'll get you next, Councilman Wall.
Yeah. Council President, it's a wonderful idea. You know, my council colleague did call me and he said, you know, if we propose, would I support? And I think it does make sense to call the event with an appropriate title so everyone knows why they need to go there or what we are celebrating. Currently, even if you ask me Winter Wonderland, I might say there is some event in the township. But if you say that it's a Christmas lighting or Hanukkah event, I will definitely go there, knowing that is important. So again, thank you for that thought process. Coming back to the resolution itself, the rental fee for the hut, I believe we did that last month. We are revising.
Right, this is for this event specifically.
Can't we do it as a part of the recreation itself? If it is a township hosted event, there is no fee, or that's a township controls that. When it is for a profit, there is a set fee. So we don't have to come back with every single event. And this happens to be the township event.
Correct. This is a township event, and that's why it's listed before you with those fees specifically.
But that's my question is how we control that fee structure for the township event is the event itself, that how that event is managed, how the sponsorships are collected, etc. So shouldn't vary fee based on the event. Is a hurt. The reason I'm saying is it's kind of we are probably saying, hey, if it is a township event, I'm going to set this fee. If it is a private event, I'm going to set the other fee. Shouldn't be like that. Should be fair to both the sides.
I believe this is the same fee that we collected last year. That hasn't changed, so there's a consistency, I think, to your point, in terms of what we've allocated or charged outside vendors.
Okay, let me ask the other way around. Can we have just set the fee once and it applies so it doesn't come back again for?
I would ask our legal counsel for procedurally, what would that be?
We could just put the fee in an ordinance.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Council President, or
Yes.
did we set different fees for Diwali, right? Was it higher?
I believe they were different than these, but I'll have to confirm because there may have been a revision. So I don't want to speak to what the exact fee was, but I remember there may have been a revision to the fees as well.
Okay, because, all right, I'll think on it, thank you.
Any other questions on item 14?
Council Vice President,
Yes.
I guess to relay the question to the Council President, there's been some confusion in the past that some of these celebrations are paid by the township, but we receive sponsorship for that. Through you to the Council President, could I be provided a list for 2022 and 2023 of income received by sponsorship for the participating event for Diwali and for the Winter Wonderland? Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from 14? All right, I'll give this back to the Council President. We're on 15.
Apologies. 15, from the Chief of Fire. A, approval of volunteer firefighter. B, resolution accepting bid and awarding contract for emergency vehicle repairs not to exceed $300,000. C, resolution accepting bid and awarding contract for fire department equipment and tools to vendors, total not to exceed $128,000. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Brusher.
I asked these questions to our business administrator, and she did give me an answer, and my question pertained to B, vehicle repairs. And I'm going to lump that together with the one that you didn't even call yet, which is the next one, so I could just deal with it as a whole. But we're looking for companies to do vehicle repair, and I know that we have people that do vehicle repair within the departments. In fact, I think the police department has a separate vehicle repair from the DPW that has vehicle repair. Yet, we're looking to spend with outside vendors $400,000. And I just don't see where the need would come in. Maybe a little bit with the fire engine, because if you had a fire pump, maybe I get that, because maybe we're not certified to make sure that the fire pump, that they could actually work on it. I see the chief is nodding, so I guess I answered my own question with that one. Okay.
Would it be okay to ask him to come up to maybe
Yes.
elaborate?
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, so the DPW, the mechanics do a great job of the preventative maintenance. But when you go into any kind of hydraulics, ladders, pumps, and stuff like that, you need a certain certification as per the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association. So that's why we go out to bid too. And I don't know that we hit the 300,000, that's not to exceed. So like right now, if a pump goes down or whatever, Our mechanics will go through it. They do what they have to do, and then they call Absolute. Absolute has to give us a quote within 24 hours, and we turn it around. They have up to 2 weeks to fix it. And if it's a dire emergency, we go through purchasing and get an emergency purchase order. So it's more for the technical parts to be certified for fighting fires and aerials.
Chief, can I ask you a question? Could you get us a list of what that would take to be certified by
Yeah.
that standard? But it's a fire standard, right?
Yeah, it's the EVT technician, it's called,
Right.
which would probably be a good idea.
Like somebody can go to school,
Yeah.
like take courses.
Absolutely.
Because I'd like to see what it is. If it, if it's, don't get me wrong, if it's an 8-year process, 40 hours, a week for 6 months, that's another story.
I'll get it to the business administrator to give to you.
All right, and then Sonia, yes, if you can just get that to us, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. That would be it, Council President.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns pertaining to items under Chief of Fire? Seeing none, 16 from the Chief of Police. A, resolution awarding contracts purchase order for the furnishing of automotive maintenance and repairs for the Township of Edison, not to exceed $75,000. And B, fiscal year 23 mobilization 2023 drive sober or get pulled over year-end holiday crackdown grant application. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President.
Councilman Brusher.
It was the same question as before, of which I got an answer because that was as per, like there was a certain license or certificate that's needed. What would be the same type of thing for the $75,000 for I assume this would be for a Ford vehicle?
To our Deputy Chief.
There we are. Good evening, everybody. So in reference to these vehicles, obviously most of them are Fords, as you indicated, but these are larger projects. This could be a motor. This could be a water pump. This could be a blend door motor. These are larger projects that, in all honesty, would tie up our singular bay for hours on end. So we outsource these larger projects to a company such as Maloof.
Well, okay, and I guess this could go back to the other questions where we were looking for a list of all vehicles and the age of our vehicles. And Chief, I just want to say I drive around town, right? And then I drive into this lot in the middle of the day, and I see a lot of vehicles. And they don't look like they're old vehicles. These vehicles look like they would be under, like if the motor blew up, to me it looks like it would be covered under a warranty, most of our vehicles.
Most of our vehicles have, well, obviously your bumper to bumper, your normal 3-year, 36,000. However, a police car traditionally doesn't make the 3 years before it hits the 36,000, just because of mileage, wear and tear. A lot of them do have extended warranties. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't major dealer repairs that have to occur on a regular basis, and that's what this covers.
All right. Yeah, if I can just get that list of all the vehicles when we get that for everything. Thank you.
Yes, if we can. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, from the member of the Planning Board,
So the
Councilman Patel.
next planning board meeting is going to be here at Monday, November 20th. Thank you.
Thank you. 18, unfinished business. We have an update if our Council Vice President could.
Yes,
advise on.
so on the ordinance 2194 about the public advocate, I'm going to be moving to table this until the December 13th meeting.
Council President, do you need second and roll call, or you
So
can?
we
just-
would do the actual motion to table during the regular session. Okay. So when that comes up, I'll
Okay,
open it up.
makes sense. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. 19, discussion items. Started from the right last time, start from the left. Councilman Patel.
Thank you. It's going to be long, but I'll start. The Council President, question to administration. Sonia, road paving list 2023. I heard that we already started the road paving. Is that correct?
Not for 2023, that was remaining from 2022.
2022? Okay. So do we have a plan for 2023 or?
We're trying to finalize that list, and I'll get that to you, and I believe I told the council president we were trying to finalize that.
Okay, thank you. Because we are pretty much towards the end of November. I don't know if weather is going to cooperate, but let's see. My second one is the speed limit signs on Oak Tree Road. It's a nicely paved road. People are literally flying, 55, 75. And I did send an email. In fact, last council meeting, I spoke about that. And I don't know, is there a way that we can get some sort of a hotline with county to get things done quickly?
I have communicated with them, and they were still in progress with the project, so that is their intent, to put back the signs.
Okay. My next one is, that's much bigger concern now, Amboy Avenue, Plainfield, and there are many roads. They were pretty much open, they're patch, they are, I would say, relatively brand new roads. And I don't think the contractor, I don't know if it's a township or it's a PSEG or any water company, they did not follow our ordinance to restore the road. I don't know if you're taking any money in escrow and it's already released or what's happening there.
So in terms of Plainfield, it's a county project, and that's Elizabethtown Gas, if you're referring to that project.
Yeah, but still, even though it is a county project, we still should not sign off from the township standpoint of view. Because there, it's a violation of our ordinance. Any road, whether it's a county, state, or anything within the Edison Township, must be restored. This is an ordinance, must be restored to the original condition, which I don't see that. So if you can please open that thread and copy me so I can talk to our commissioner on that. But as far as the Plainfield Road, and I don't know, this is ongoing project here. Can I get a quick update on that? What's exactly happening there? This is, again, is the busiest time, the festival time, especially this road is in North End. We have the school traffic. Believe me, even during the election time, people were concerned that they are not able to reach to the polling station. I don't know why would we plan the work during the active time?
So during that time and prior to that time, I know there were concerns with regard to the work, and at one point it was in the evening, so that didn't necessarily work for the residents in that location, understood. So then they reverted back to days. The issue with the traffic, we did rectify, made sure that there was additional signage and that there was entry between on the Metuchen side and then on the Edison side. So that got remedied right away. What they should be done soon with the project. So I will follow up with them in terms of like what are we talking about in terms of weeks or days potentially.
Yes, but is that the township road?
That is the county. It's Elizabethtown Gas.
Okay, so that, again, they just patched the road, and I'm not happy with that situation. But if you can please follow up with that as well. And hopefully, the gas company did put money in the escrow with the road opening, because they'll have to come to us for the road opening permit, correct?
On a county road, I just have to confirm
Yes,
that.
yeah. Next one is this one, I sent at least one email. I spoke about this last council meeting, 715-719-723 Durham Road. I don't know who the developer is. He cut the trees, they are lying there, there are mosquitoes there. This is a nightmare. I don't know why we cannot enforce any developer to be a good neighbor. And I shared the picture, so if you can please quickly act on it. Unfortunately, I'm not the Facebook Live guy, but it looks like, I will end up doing that now because this is not getting any traction.
This is on Durham?
Yes.
Okay, that was looked at, and our inspectors went out there.
Yeah, but there's no action. I still see the same thing there.
I believe there was a follow-up email, so I'll recirculate it.
No, I did receive that. The health inspector went there, but there is no action. I'm looking for an action. That needs to be cleaned up. So going health inspector there, yes, we do identify, yes, there is a problem, but it doesn't help me. Because residents are looking for the solution, not just say, yes, I know it. I need a resolution there. So if you can please get that cleared. If not, I would request my DPW crew to, take care of that. The next one is also deals with county, tree on Inman Avenue, 1198 Inman. It's a traffic, the traffic bureau also confirmed that the tree is not It's basically, it's eyesight issue on Inman Avenue going towards MLK.
Correct.
And this also falls in county, but my question is, now Rahaway is Edison, Inman is county, the tree falls in both right way.
So the tree is on the county. I did confirm with that. The county is fine with us going in. The process, however, though, we need the utility company to come out and clean up some of that brush that's in the wiring. So once that's done, then we can go in there and take care of the rest.
Okay, so do we know, did we call the utility company?
We
Okay.
have, our DPW folks have done that.
Okay, thank you. Next one is Anja Marana. This is on 225 Wood Avenue, Highland Park. This is within not even 500 feet, this wood shop was approved. The letter was sent to this council. I think this is my 4th time I'm bringing this up. And we said that we'll send a letter to their zoning planning or the mayor to understand how this pot shop was approved within a residential neighborhood. So I think, we need to do, if our attorney can take this as a follow, because, you might have better relationship with the Highland Park. I will send a separate email. I send an email, but I'll send another email on this one. The another traffic situation, Amboy Maplewood Avenue. Again, that email was sent with the Google picture circling the area that's very dangerous, that intersection. Again, I know there's an acknowledgement, but there is no action. So if you can have someone go there, look at that road, is there a way to put some sort of a striping, the stop sign, some solution? I can give the solution, but I'm not the right person to give the traffic solution, so hopefully we can speed up that work as well. Another one is meeting, there is a request with the residents, a meeting request with the residents on Grove and Calvert. I think, Chief, I sent email to you, Sonia, and Chief and the Mayor. They requested this meeting on Saturday, November 18th at noon time. Need a confirmation, yes or no, so that residents would know whether they need to be there. And the last one, Fischel Road. Thank you, DPW crew. Resident did call me back and said, yes, work is getting done in a town. So again, thank you. Thank you for doing that wonderful job. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. Councilman Patel?
Question for the attorney. Can we do anything about the Highland Park approving?
No, we don't have control over what they approve or they don't approve in their town, so.
All right, question to Sonia. In one of the questionnaires for the 2023 good practices in resolution R618, there were a couple of good suggestions that we should follow. The cybersecurity, multi-factor authentication, as well as having an updated policy on getting hybrid or alternative fuel vehicles. And those two we got zeros on. So is that something we can look at?
We can certainly look into that. On the cybersecurity side, we are implementing new server systems and piggybacking actually off the county to try to get that cyber stuff in place.
Okay. And when is the cloud?
The Office 365, so that's in the works. They're doing the back-end stuff, so then they will start to come to desktops manually to do the changeover.
Any timeline on it?
I will get back to you on that.
Okay. And a question on the Amboy Ave solar crosswalk signs. I know we talked about it, and it was supposed to be around this time that we could get it. What's the time? Not in yet? Any timeline on that? Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Good. Thank you. Council Vice President Harris.
Yes. Apologies in advance because what I'm about to read is long, but it needs to be heard. And it is what I'm going to call testimony from a woman named Joelle Smart, who gave me permission to read this. She was a 5-year volunteer over at the shelter. And so bear with me. Now that the manager and the MSPCA, and she puts parenthetically, which was contracted to also manage the shelter. She has a question mark after that. Have formally dissolved the volunteer program and eliminated long-term fostering. More on that later. I suppose there's nothing to lose in reporting the things I learned about or witnessed as a volunteer in the last few months. Part 1, the new manager has zero experience in animal rescue or animal health care, even in a volunteer capacity. When I met her, I was informed she would be taking over office duties and other administrative work and would not be directly involved with the animals. Despite this, within a few weeks, she was not only allowing visitors to interact with unvaccinated animals, including stray dogs from out-of-contract municipalities that had no rabies vax history, but was adopting them out. One such dog was later returned to the shelter because the new owners discovered it had parvo. After multiple other dogs test positive for parvo, the manager decides to convert an intake room into a quarantine and has the shelter build wooden partitions to house them. This is despite several employees advising the manager that this was a very bad idea, as wood would be impossible to clean properly, and also this intake room is critical for separating new and unvaccinated animals from the main room animals. Due to the cages in the parvo room no longer being available to hold unprocessed animals, dozens of unvaccinated kittens now have to be housed in the main room, where they're exposed to visitors and other cats. Kittens will suddenly appear in these cages with no ID cards or notes indicating which kittens they are. Of course, they're not microchipped yet. And even the kittens that do have ID cards do not have visible indicators of vaccine and neuter status, leading to massive confusion for both workers and adopters. The manager continued to allow select visitors physical access to these unvaccinated kittens. Kittens were sometimes being reserved for municipal employees, cops, administrators, etc., despite the shelter's official rules stating animals are not reserved. It is my understanding that sometimes these would be adopted for free. The critical vet report led to the premature termination of the Sarahbrook contract, resulting in the shelter having no regular vet from July to at least mid-September. This meant no wellness checks for the animals, limited or no continuity of care for animals on treatment regimens overseen by Sarahbrook, and significant issues renewing prescriptions for the shelter's stock of antibiotics, Revolution, etc. However, there was still access to the emergency vet hospital and the vet organization that does neutering and vaccinations. As a consequence of the above, there were several weeks where cats that needed antibiotics were not being treated or would be treated for a few days and then the supply would run out, so the course would not be completed. Very bad for antibiotic resistance. Because animals cannot get fixed or vaccinated while antibiotics when sick, they were a month-plus delays in getting these procedures for dozens of kittens suffering from upper respiratory and eye infections. This severely prolonged their risk of contracting lethal infections. Obviously, when kittens are not fixed and vaccinated, they cannot be adopted, resulting in severe overcrowding, much worse than what the vet noted in his exam. When I brought up some of my concerns, the manager, being apparently unfamiliar with operations or veterinary protocols, incorrectly claimed all kittens had already been vaccinated against the panleukopenia, which is feline leukemia, I think. In one occasion, some sick kittens potentially exhibiting panleuk symptoms were sent to the hospital. But when the manager learned the hospital was only monitoring them and providing fluids, she decided the vets were just trying to milk the shelter for money and had them returned to the shelter main room despite still being symptomatic. The combination of unvaccinated kittens being housed in the same rooms as unprocessed strays and TNRs, kittens being moved into the main room prematurely, poorly enforced hygiene protocols when handling animals with suspected disease, and delays in vaccinating coalesced in a devastating panleukopenia outbreak in October. Many kittens died. Despite a large number of cages becoming available due to the kitten deaths, the manager has decided cats she deems unadoptable or too sick needed to be euthanized over the protests of the employees who actually care for them day to day. Ravioli, a young cat who I had been working on for months, whose only detraction was being very scared of people, but who had recently started allowing me to pet him, euthanized without notice. Did I mention shelter employees have basically zero say in euthanasia decisions, or pretty much every other area of animal care if the manager disagrees with or dislikes them? Part 2, here's some additional context to the vet report, reposted for convenience. The presence of guinea pigs housed in cages on the floor in the cat isolation ward is inappropriate and unacceptable. This cage was taking up a lot of the floor space directly in front of cages with sick cats. It was a tripping hazard and obstructed access to cat cages in addition to everything else. When I asked about it, I was told multiple employees had tried to get the pigs set up in a lobby room where small animals had been housed in the past, but the manager didn't like the sounds they made, so they had to be moved. Protocols which have been in place and changed need to be done with good reason and the understanding of the staff. Staff who do not believe in how things are being done lose faith in leadership. Without question, the morale of the staff is currently very bad, as they do not believe the animals' best interests are being served and are already overwhelmed by the increased workload. I volunteered at the shelter from about 2018 to last week. This is a couple weeks ago. I've never seen such universal misery at any other time, even under acute circumstances. And here it is every single day. I am kept up every night worrying about the welfare of the animals, and I would only interact with them once a week as a voluntary activity. I can't imagine the state of constant anxiety the employees must experience, both in regards to the distressing treatment of the animals and their job security. These people are petrified of being fired for insubordination, for example, disagreeing with the manager, or talking negatively about the shelter or Edison government, especially after seeing several terrific long-term volunteers barred from the shelter this summer simply for publicizing some of the more minor issues. I've run into employees sobbing when I ask what's wrong. They say they can't tell me. People should not be agonizing over whether disagreeing with their boss over one thing will deplete their social capital and thus adversely impact their ability to advocate for an animal later on. Late June, I hear concerns from staff that Mitzi, a sweet, one-eyed, obese tuxedo cat, is being considered for euthanasia due to her mild, acute, and ongoing medical issues and perceived unadoptability. I asked staff to contact me if this becomes a more urgent risk. Early July, I get a very worried phone call from staff saying Tina is about to schedule her for euthanasia. Before I agree to intervene, I request a vet see Mitzi first and give their opinion on whether her health is so poor that euthanasia was reasonable. The next day, I get a call that the vet considers Mitzi healthy and would likely even refuse to carry out euthanasia on her. I then agree to start medically fostering Mitzi, which involves finishing a course of antibiotics she's on for a URI, applying appetite stimulant cream to her ears to combat nausea from the meds, and wiping her rear area with chlorhexidine wipes twice a day to treat a yeast infection. Since she is too fat to reach her rear to clean herself, I end up doing this too. Weight loss is also a goal. At the time, the shelter is still under contract with Sarahbrook. Not long after I start fostering Mitzi, Tina tells me that Sarahbrook Vet is requesting a follow-up. I indicate when I'm available, and Tina says she will call me in the next day or so with an appointment time. This doesn't happen. I later learn the vet has been fired. Over the rest of July and August, I repeatedly asked Tina when a vet will be available and to please get me an appointment as soon as she can to make sure Mitzi is improving, to renew the prescription for the wipes. It's especially important that weight loss is monitored in cats since they are prone to developing deadly fatty liver if they lose too much too quickly. At some point in late August, Tina says they got a new vet, Islin, and appointments will be forthcoming. I continue to ask about this when I visit, including sending an email September 15th. I get no response. In late October, an employee mentions that the different new vet is now coming twice a week, and perhaps I'd be able to bring Mitzi in during those times. The employee offers to ask Tina about this option the following Monday. On Monday, I receive an angry email from Tina questioning why I'm trying to schedule vet appointments through kennel attendants and what I even need the appointment for anyway. I respond by explaining the context and reminding Tina of the follow-up appointment that was requested back in July. Tina does not respond. On Thursday, I resend my first email to Tina and CC the general EMAS email and the health director, since I'm concerned my emails might be getting filtered out. I had also not received replies to several earlier emails. The subsequent responses included demands that I either adopt Mitzi or return her to the shelter where she will be euthanized at the shelter's discretion, as well as an announcement that volunteering has now been terminated and long-term fostering is just not a thing the shelter does. I then emailed the MCSPCA, on whose authority I assume the volunteering directive was made, pleading with them to reconsider ending these programs. This ultimately leads to a threat to send officers to my home to retrieve Mitzi if I didn't agree to adopt or return her by Monday, as well as confirmation that she was extremely likely to be euthanized, as are any other cats that aren't adopted in some ambiguous time frame or are mildly unadoptable. To recap, I had entered into what I thought was a medium-length medical foster situation, trying to get a cat's weight down enough that she could clean herself and get adopted. This goal hadn't been achieved yet, in part because I had not received any vet supervision, and so had been reluctant to accelerate weight loss in any way beyond limiting her calorie intake to less than 250 kcals of wet food. I'm then suddenly given the ultimatum of either returning Mitzi immediately at imminent risk of euthanasia or adopting her, even though I had repeatedly stated from the start that this was not my plan. Mitzi doesn't get along with my 3 other cats, and by adopting her, I'm inheriting the cost of the vet visits Edison should have scheduled and paid for in the last 4 months. Obviously, I adopted Mitzi and have requested an appointment with her original Sarebrook vet. She's a wonderful cat and has made a lot of progress. She now goes up and down the stairs and can jump onto some chairs. I just wish the circumstances had been different. Note that also that during the entirety of the foster, the only shelter resources I had used were 2 bags of litter, 2 small bags of dry food, and a few dozen cans of wet food. I had paid for much of the food, a container of non-RX antifungal and antimicrobial wipes, and many paper towels myself. I don't know what to say to this. This is disgraceful. This is a 5-year volunteer who only wanted what was for the best interest of the best welfare for these animals. And I'm appalled, I'm disgusted, and this is one of the reasons, of course, why we are forming this subcommittee, because we want to hold this shelter accountable and do what we can to help these poor animals. Now, I know we received late last week, it's a confidential memo that had some good news in it about what's being done. I'm curious as to why this memo needed to be confidential.
You're requesting why the memo was confidential in terms of the report, the updated medical
Yes.
report?
Yes.
If there was further discussion, obviously, with regard to that, prior to any public input, obviously, I want that. I want your ability to discuss that before it went out. So that's the same that I would have done with any report. So if there was a report that came through any vendor, having the council to review, and then if you felt so much to have that out there, then that's at your will.
At what point can we make this public?
Tonight?
Well, the answer is that right now it's a deliberative document, so I don't know it's at some point in time where council is going to be asked to make some decision based upon it. And to be perfectly honest, I haven't reviewed the document, so maybe I should review it first and then I can give you an answer to that question. I haven't seen it yet.
Council President, if I may, before our counselor reviews anything more related to the animal shelter, I would like for him to review tomorrow the document that I presented to him tonight, and I'd like him to get back to me on that.
Sure.
Because otherwise I have serious issues with somebody reviewing further documentation.
I probably will still review it anyway, but so Sonia, if you could just make sure it gets sent to me. I don't think I've seen it yet.
Right, it's going to be a whole nother conversation like we just had, my council colleague did at the next meeting, but it's going to be more inclined to redactions and things of that nature. I'm sorry, Council President.
No worries. Councilman Vice President?
I really have nothing more to say on this, but this is extremely disturbing. And the fact that there have been so many animals that have died, have been euthanized. I know that we had spoken, I think it was Councilman Patel and President Pointer and I had spoken to Ross Lasitra, and it was that was a very encouraging Zoom that we had. And there was talk that over at the Monmouth SPCA, that there is a panel that goes over euthanizations, and it's not just any arbitrary decision, it's not any one person's decision, it's a panel. And I would certainly hope to see this enacted here. I do feel positive about the vet that is going to be taking over here. She seems to be very well qualified and very highly regarded. But what has taken place up until now is absolutely a travesty. And I know the residents are extremely concerned and want this to be made a high priority, and I could not agree more.
Council President, I mentioned earlier, Mr. Lasitra is here tonight, so I don't know if any other council members have any things they want to bring up with regard to the animal shelter, but he's ready for questions or clarifications with regard to your, I think it would be appropriate that he clarified that letter that you just read.
I think that's fine. Mr. Lasitra, could you?
Council President, I don't disagree. Just want to,
Councilman Toy, what would you like to say?
for the report, I agree with my council colleague. When it comes to any inspection, health inspections, every establishment has to have a public report. And this would be no different. The report should be made available to the public, whatever report it may be for sanitary or discipline, as long as it doesn't involve HR. I understand HR would not be included, but the well-being of that facility is a health issue. It should all be public record. It's no different than every establishment that gets a license in our Department of Health has a public report. It should be made public. Thank you.
Thank you. I will allow any questions, or if you're open to Mr. Lasitra elaborating.
Yes, I would love to hear from you, Mr. Lasitra.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor and the mayor's not here, the council being here. So for those of you who do not know me, my name is Ross Lasitra. I am the executive director of the Monmouth County SPCA. And we have been asked here, for people here in the audience who do not know, to assist the Edison shelter in trying to reformulate your procedures and how things were done here at the shelter. We have been here for several weeks going over a lot of issues that are happening here at the shelter. And without a doubt, 100%, your shelter is in absolutely need of reformulation and reorganization from every level. Now, volunteers are an integral part of running any animal welfare organization. The Monmouth County SPCA, we have nearly 100 full-time employees and over 400 volunteers at the shelter. But the biggest thing about volunteers, okay, is to have control. Fostering is a great program. Volunteering is a great program. But the most important thing to running any animal shelter is to, number one, be concerned for the welfare of the animals, number one, and the betterment of the shelter, number two. Now, I can tell you, since my retirement from the prosecutor's office of 30 years of law enforcement, and then I took over the shelter in 2015, many of the same issues that you are facing here at our shelter, at your shelter, we faced at our shelter. Now, the old adage, there's three sides to every story, his, hers, and somewhere in the middle lies the truth, okay? So in this particular situation, we had a medical foster. Now, fostering is a very important part of a program. Right now at the Monmouth County SPCA, I have over 71 cats in foster and over 18 canines in foster. But the most important thing with running a foster program is that you, the shelter, are in complete control of what's going on during the fostering, not the volunteer or the employees controlling the fostering program. That is your animal. You're responsible for it, and you're responsible for the well-being and care for that animal. There's something that's called quality of life for an animal. In this particular situation, we had a cat that was in medical foster since July. It was reviewed by the medical staff, Dr. Feddersen, who was our medical director for many years at the SPCA, and it was determined that the cat should either be brought back in for subsequent medical evaluation, which could include euthanasia, or for the foster to adopt the animal. Now, this is a very common occurrence. People will take animals into foster, and they want to have them in foster in perpetuity while it's on the dime of the shelter to pay for the medical and care for the animal. And at some particular point, someone's got to make a decision, either adopt the animal or bring it back to the shelter for betterment, right? This animal was not living a quality of life the way it was, and it's not fair to the taxpayers and the shelter and Edison to continue in perpetuity paying for the health of this animal moving forward. That's not your job as an animal shelter. That's a rescue. You're not a rescue. That's not your purpose, not your intent, okay? So in this particular case, I gave the foster an option. Either return the cat to the shelter or adopt it. One or the other. And she chose to adopt it. We have the same situation that goes on at our shelter on a daily basis, right? We have animals in foster, and they become emotionally and mentally attached to the animal. And it's also, remember this, it's not fair for the animal to remain in shelter or in a foster for so long because that animal doesn't know that it's in foster. It thinks it's in a home where it's living. And the longer it lives there, then all of a sudden, it's brought back to the shelter. Fostering is for a short-term basis only, not long-term. That's the decision of the shelter leadership and the veterinarian in charge of the shelter. So in this particular case, that's what the decision was made. It is not for the input of the staff or the input of the volunteers. It is for your leadership team at the shelter and for the decision of the medical director to make those decisions to bring these animals, to keep them in foster and so forth and so on. That's how you're going to run a successful shelter. Every year, we have over 5,000 animals that come through the Monmouth County SPCA. We have a 98% save rate. You don't get any better than that in the state of New Jersey or anywhere in the country. It's nearly a no-kill shelter. I don't like using that term because we do euthanize at the Monmouth County SPCA, but only for either behavioral euthanasia or for medical obvious. So it has to happen. It's a sad part of the business moving forward, but you need to get a control administratively and with the staff and with the volunteers. Now, to your question, sir, the volunteer program has not been eliminated. It's been suspended until it can be reformulated.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Sure.
When did you eliminate it? Or when was it halted? Or when, whatever word or term you'd like to use, what date did that happen?
So, just to be clear,
Gentlemen,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Council Vice President had the floor. Absolutely.
Well, he asked me a question. He made a statement to me, so I answered. Unless he can keep track and just speak to Council Vice President, and then he can come to me. Either way, it works for me. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm here. I have no problem answering the questions. All right. Council President.
Council Vice
If you
President.
would like to make a comment, I would prefer not to have back and forth, to keep with the general decorum of going back, because Council Vice President has the floor. So I would
Okay.
prefer to
So-
hold off on that, unless you want to make just a general comment.
Sure. So I was asked to come up here to Edison out of Monmouth County to help advise you on how to run a shelter. Okay? I'm not running a shelter. I'm advising you what to do based on the success of the Monmouth County SPCA. Right? It was my suggestion to your leadership that you should suspend your volunteer program until you get your house in order. It was also my recommendation to suspend shared service contracts for your intake into the shelter, which is woefully overwhelming. Last year, you had nearly 1,800 animals intake into your shelter with 8 employees. I had 5,000 animals with 100 employees. That's nearly 4 times the amount of intake per employee. If you're going to do this, do it right. You need to rebuild your shelter and reformulate what's going on inside the shelter, right? Don't listen to volunteers. Don't listen to people who are coming up and trying to tell you how to run a shelter. Question and ask the people who know how to run a shelter by proof in the pudding. That's what we do.
I have to take issue with don't listen to the volunteers.
Right.
Joelle had been there for 5 years, had seen a lot. And so I am going to listen to Joelle Smart. I'm going to listen to her. And I want to say that right after our Zoom call, I actually emailed you, Mr. LaCitra.
Right.
And I had said, I'm encouraged about this. I would love to find it. You had invited us to come down and see the Monmouth County
Absolutely.
Shelter. So I had put that out there. Please let us know what are good dates, what are good times of day. I never heard back from you.
We did have a shelter visit. I'm sorry, maybe you missed those emails, or maybe you weren't on them. I'm not so sure.
I
But you-
emailed
right.
you, I emailed you separately right after that Zoom call, and I heard nothing from you.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Harris, I did not receive that email. I'll double check in my things, but I did not, okay? But at the end of the day, volunteers will tell you, trust me, I know this from experience, okay? I run the most successful shelter in the state of New Jersey. I have over 400 volunteers, so I know how to deal with them, right? They will give you advice all day long, right? And it's not, again, it's not listening to volunteers, it's whether validating what they're saying is truthful or not. There's many sides to running a shelter, and I deal with this also with volunteers at the shelter, right? They also will want to tell you what to do and how to do it. That's not their job. Their job, their job is to make certain that they're helping the shelter, right? There is no way to quantify and justify what your volunteers are doing now. They don't sign in, they don't sign out. How do you justify or even cultivate or whatever the amount of hours that they're doing for the justification that they're giving to the shelter?
Sir,
Yes.
this woman was not trying to run things or tell people what to do.
Yes.
This woman was trying to find the best damn way she could to take care of this cat. She was getting basically crickets when she would send out emails. She wanted to make sure that this cat did get a checkup and was getting no response. She was promised that when the new vet came in, there would be a response and they would work that out, and then nothing. And so then to be and by the way, you keep mentioning in perpetuity. There's a long gap in between a few months and perpetuity. Joelle wasn't asking for perpetuity. Joelle was wanting to take care of this cat as long as it took in order to make this cat adoptable. And then to really top things off, the offensiveness of her being threatened that if you don't turn this cat over by Monday, animal control is coming to your house. That's awful. That's terrible. It's disrespectful.
Ms. Harris, it's not disrespectful. It's the way a shelter should be ran, okay? So at the end of the day, the volunteer was given ample opportunity to bring the shelter back with pushback, right? You can't, if you're going to run the shelter successfully, you can't allow that to happen. I was very polite with her on the emails, back and forth, right? Told her, listen, if you want this cat, you should adopt it. That is not the shelter, unless I understand correctly, you're not a rescue, you're an animal shelter, a municipal animal shelter. Right? That's not what a municipal animal shelter is, unless that's somewhere in your guidelines, which there aren't any, on how the shelter should conduct business. Right? The shelter is short-term. That's what rescues are for. Trust me, I deal with this on a daily basis. When we have cats that are in long-term medical care, they go out to a rescue or they're adopted by someone who wants to do it. Not to constantly stay in a shelter environment to be paid for by the taxpayers of the town for that cat to be, or that dog or whatever animal, to be treated till it's medically perfect for adoption. That's not what the purpose of the shelter is for. Now, if that's what the mayor and council want the shelter to be for, by all means, you have control of the purse strings. That's what you can do. But if you're asking for my advice and why I'm up here from Monmouth County, giving you advice on how to run a shelter, right? Nothing disrespectful about telling a volunteer that if they don't return the shelter property when they're told to, that they're going to send animal control to pick up your property.
Did she indicate that she was not willing to bring the cat back to the shelter if that was the case?
Her pushback was indicating that she was not listening to what the shelter was asking her to do. Asking, okay, please return the cat back to the shelter or adopt the cat. Isn't that the shelter's right? Isn't that their decision, or is that the volunteer's decision?
It is definitely the shelter's right, although
Absolutely.
I might ask, at what point was there a limit put on how long someone could be fostering? Was there, because that seemed rather arbitrary as well.
Fostering is always arbitrary, and it never knows what the situation is. Every animal's different. Every circumstance is different. Every health of animal. You could have fostering for law enforcement until the case is adjudicated in court. And it could be in foster for years. I had 5 dogs that I took from Orange that were in foster for 5 years until the case was adjudicated. And guess what? Every one of those fosters adopted those animals because they fell in love with them. Fostering is short-term and in control of the shelter.
But sir, can you understand
I
why
can
the-
understand it, very much
Wait,
so.
you haven't heard my question.
Sure.
Can you understand why this woman, who was not given at that point any deadline, any maximum, and then suddenly is told that she has to either return the cat or adopt her? Can you understand how unnerving that would be? Because that came from out of nowhere.
Well, that's why fostering is supposed to be short-term. And foster parents are supposed to know that they are at the bequest of the shelter to bring the animal back when they need to. They're a tool to utilize to help the shelter care for animals outside the shelter. They're an extension of the shelter. They're supposed to be there for the betterment of the animal, not for them.
That's exactly what she was there for, sir.
Exactly. And the veterinarian and the administration had decided that the animal needed to come back to the shelter. And the question should have been very simply, okay, I'll bring the animal back. It's not a matter for questioning. You can't have the tail wag the dog. It's very, very wrong. Trust me, it will happen all over if you try to do that. I know it from experience. That's why I'm here to help you.
I will agree with you about the shared services agreement that I don't think that that's sustainable. I don't think that that is sustainable for much longer because of what's going on, and we might have to look into some changes with that. So that I do agree with. But this was very, very disturbing, and I don't think that Joelle had it in for anybody. Her, obviously, for volunteering for 5 years, this was because of a love of animals and wanting to ensure their well-being.
And when the volunteer program is reformulated, and you hire a full-time volunteer coordinator to deal with just your volunteers, which you should have, right? Then she'll be able to volunteer back again when the program has been reinstated.
I think that ship has probably sailed, unfortunately.
You know, so sometimes, Councilwoman Harris, people, are they there for them or they're for the animals? Right? And that's what I tell my volunteers.
I'm not sure what you're questioning about, are they there for them?
So the shelter, the problem at times with volunteers, and as great as they are, and we rely on a lot of them, there are some that are there for themselves personally, maybe not always for the best circumstance for the animal. It's the shelter that needs to run the program, not the volunteers. It's the administration. And if you don't understand that, then you're never going to have a successful shelter.
I don't think Joelle was looking for the volunteers or for herself to run the program. I think she was wanting to be heard, and she was wanting to be responded to, and she was not getting that.
Right. She was heard. She was responded to. And the answer to her questions, and the answer was to return the cat to the shelter. Simple as that. Doesn't get any simpler than that. It's not up for discussion for a volunteer. It's not. It's not up for discussion for an employee. It's not up for discussion. It's what the medical director and the administration determines. That's it. That's how it works.
Do you think that the qualifications of the manager, given that she did not have her license, given that she has not worked with animals before, she was in healthcare, but it was in nursing homes and things like that, was this really the right choice for this position with a shelter that is so overcrowded and under such pressure?
Councilman Harris, I'm not going to answer a question like that. I came from the prosecutor's office of Violent Crime Task Force, and I took over an animal shelter, never running an animal shelter ever, and I now run the most successful animal shelter in the state of New Jersey. So,
I guess I'll put it out there as a rhetorical question then.
right.
I yield to anyone else who has any questions.
Council President?
I'm done, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Councilman Coyle.
Just first, Council President, just to you, are we going through committees? I'm sorry, are we going through are we on the agenda or is this a separate item? I'm just,
Discussion items. So,
I want Councilmember Harris to finish. I don't want to interrupt.
yeah, she's.
You're done with
she,
your-
Council Vice President indicated
Okay.
that she finished her statement.
I have a few things to discuss, and I'll just be as brief.
Thank you.
Councilman
First,
Coyle.
thank you for getting involved. I do not know your qualifications. I'm pulling up what I can on Zoom. I'm not happy with the letter that was read. However, again, at the moment, we're talking about one volunteer. I need more, but there's enough there to question. You can't argue that. Coming from a person, they're making statements, not good. But can you walk me through where we were when you got here? I didn't ask any questions. Over the last couple of weeks, we were during an election cycle.
Right.
I wasn't picking this to be an item to kick as a political football. But I do want to get to the bottom today and get closer to what the solutions are. So could you first, in your 90-second pitch, can you tell me where you were when you got there? And what's your 90-second pitch to where you think we need to go next?
Okay. So your shelter is woefully understaffed. You have too large of an intake for the building that you have. The building is in desperate need of repair. Your staff needs to understand protocols and a chain of command. Your volunteer program needs to be reformulated with rules and regulations. All of your SOPs, your general directives, if you have them, all need to be reformulated. And a review of all your municipal contracts also need to be reformulated.
Now, the shocking part I heard is that we have 1,800 animals and we have only 18 employees.
Eight.
Versus eight or 18?
8.
8. Okay, then that really changes the number. So if I'm reading this correctly, we have 8 people to 180 animals.
Per person.
Okay, so I'd say that's half the problem there.
Yeah.
Without just, we're
Without a
talking, last month, we talked about patients to nurses.
Absolutely.
Hotels talk about staff to customers. We're talking about staff to animals. And you have 50 per employee, you have one person per 50.
That's correct.
Okay, so there's 3 times. Can you walk me through the conditions of the shelter? I'm hearing this sounds in order of an issue. Staff, chain of command, volunteers, reformulate, new SOPs, directives. What part of the conditions where we're at now and what will change? I mean, I'm assuming, I'm not there every day, but to clean and maintain an animal shelter with 18 animals, it's got to be a working job of cleaning, preparing, process over process.
Right. So everything in a shelter is connected to each other, right? So the very, very first thing to do, which I've already recommended to your administration, which they did, was to bring on a qualified medical director. Even though the one you have is only part-time because she's not available full-time, but probably one of the best medical directors in the state of New Jersey when it comes to animal sheltering, animal welfare, and how to run a shelter in that regards. That's Dr. Nicole Feddersen. Dr. Feddersen came in and made her number one observations of things and protocols that need to be done. Number two is to have a structured program in place with an architect or an engineer on to reformulate the flow of your shelter and how to rebuild the shelter, including your HVAC systems, air quality for your staff and for the animals, and for disease. Come through. Number three is you need to hire more people. Your staff is so overworked. It's the compassion fatigue that they have is overwhelming. And anytime you have that type of compassion fatigue in a staff, especially in animal welfare, which is a very passionate part of work, okay, you're going to have breakdown. You're going to have breakdown of morale. You're going to have breakdown of the chain of command, and you're going to have a breakdown of policy, which ultimately leads to the destruction of the shelter, which at the end of the day, the animals suffer. So the next question is, where do we go from here? Okay. First thing is you hired a medical director. Okay. Next thing, you need to hire an architect and an engineer to come in and give the council and the town a comprehensive plan on how to reformulate the inside of the shelter and how to make it a better environment. And number three, know what your capacity of care is once that happens. And limit your capacity of care
Council
to the
President?
shelter.
Can I, just as a point of order here,
So, for point of order, yes.
we formed the committee. I have probably an hour and a half's worth of questions for you. The public is here for their own concerns, okay? And it's wonderful, all the things you're saying. I love it. I wish you would have contacted me when they brought you on board instead of just council president and vice president. Would have been great. But are we going to go through what the committee is formulated to do? Is that what we're going to do tonight? Because I'm prepared to spend another hour and a half after you, if that's where we're going.
My request would be to have that as part of the committee discussions. I did not want to be rude and interrupt the council vice president before and offer the opportunity. Obviously, it's tough for me to forecast where conversations may go, once they've started. So my request would be if we could keep it for the animal shelter committee to discuss, I would request that. But as I've done with previous practice, as discussion items,
Correct.
I won't.
Yes, you have.
It would be a request on my
Councilman
end,
Quell, I'm
but
sorry.
No,
if
no,
you
no,
need
listen,
those,
no, I don't want to be laborative of a subject that's in committee, if the council respects the same across the floor. If I could have just 2 more minutes,
Oh, absolutely.
I'm fine with that, but I think I'm trusting the council committee, and I'm willing to get on that as well. Opposed to square footage, from my understanding, we've become the dumping ground of places all over town, and we have contracts for services which are probably underpaid, and they're getting a deal of the century.
You're losing
outside.
money.
Big time. Okay, so opposed to square footage today at 1,800 animals, where are we today, and where should we be tomorrow?
Well, I don't know what the square footage of your building is, but it's a small building. And again, once you have an architect come in and an engineer, people who are the experts in in that type of work, and lay out and see what your footprint is, and lay out, then we can know what the capacity of care is once we know what the kennels and isolation rooms and all those other things that come into play. Again, this comes in with the recommendations of your medical director that's already
How big is your building for 5,000?
20,000 square feet,
Okay, I would guess that ours is probably 5,000 square feet.
if that.
Okay, listen, I think I've gotten enough, and I'm happy with where you're at.
Thank you.
I have some faith you're going to go in a good direction. I'm not saying I don't have more questions later, and I'm not saying I'm going to be polite later.
Sure.
And I'm certainly going to visit, and I'll wait for my committee to invite me. Thank you for your time.
Of course.
And Council President, when he's finished or whatever, I have discussions when he leaves, regular discussions.
Okay, so you would like to yield the remainder to,
I'm not talking about the animal shelter
Just
anymore.
for the animals.
okay, so just,
Yes.
5 minutes we'll give to Rich.
Right. I'm going to make this one kind of quick.
Thank you, Rich.
Councilman Brusher, yes.
I hear what you're saying. I don't think you hear what we're saying, okay? And I think that needs, so I'm going to give you a couple pointers, right? You go back to where you are, and when we meet in this committee, I expect to see you, and I expect you to have these kind of answers for us, okay? But very simply put, and we'll talk about this in more great length when we have this meeting, but we had an animal shelter. There weren't real big problems with an animal shelter. And then we changed. We got a new director. And then everything seemed to fall apart, okay? So there's a timeline to all of this. And I think you need to familiarize yourself with it, and even with the issue with the cat, right? I really don't want to talk about this cat any longer. It's a lot about one cat that we've talked about. But there's certain things that we haven't talked about, like when the cat first got there, how long it had, how long was that adoptive person told they could have it? Because I don't think you have those answers. And that's what, as this committee, we're looking for. And as my colleague said, what we're looking for is to just have compassion, right? So if you came in, it looks to me like you came in like a bull in a china shop. That china shop's destroyed already, right? But it looks like now like you're destroying whatever glass we might have left that's still valuable in there. So where I'm going is we'd like to have that meeting to go through all of these. I'm very specific with timelines. If you show me, I believe you, and it could be correct. If I ever find that the information you give me is incorrect, I will ask for your resignation. So don't just tell me something to appease me, right? Everybody here will know one thing. Don't appease me. Tell me the truth. I'm a big boy, and I can live with it. And that's the idea of this committee. Talking about all this stuff, right? I don't want to say is like yada, 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 but it is basically. Because we have not gotten to the root of these problems. Sir, you stood there and you said that it shouldn't be run by the employees or the volunteers. The only other person we had there was someone that didn't have a license. So in my mind, you're telling me that the person that didn't have the license at the time was the one that should have made all those recommendations. And this is part of the discussion that we're going to have privately in this committee, to first establish how the problem happened, and then establish a game plan moving forward. Like when you talk about an architect, if you're going to tell me to hire any architect, I'm going to tell you you're wrong and you're out of your mind. You have to get an architect that has designed animal shelters, because any architect is not qualified for this. But in closing, what I'm saying is all these things are the things that we should discuss there. Here, where these residents are sitting here, and they've been here for 6, 7, 8, 9, like 3 hours and 16 minutes to talk about a pothole that they have or some trees that are blocking their view and almost caused them an accident. I don't really want to get into that with the rest of the animal shelter. So I'd just like to leave that where it is until we have this meeting. And if you could send me your contact, because I never had your contact.
Yeah, I would, but I'd just like to make a few comments before I step.
I really, that's the end of my comments. I don't know that I'm looking to hear any more comments from you this evening, but we would like to hear from you in the committee. And we'd like to move along with the meeting. That would be my recommendation, Council President. Thank you.
I
Teaser.
understand the why.
Or otherwise, I'm going to question for an hour and a half, Council President. It is your prerogative, please.
President, rather than sit.
Gentlemen, I would request that the remainder of the comments, questions, and everything happen with the committee.
Okay.
Mr. LaCitra, I appreciate your time and willingness to be here. And
Big word is
discuss.
willingness.
Yeah.
Remember that word. Remember that.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Councilman Coyle to finish discussion items
Yeah,
on his end, and then Councilman Bush.
I just, I didn't get a chance to do any committee reports, so I'm just going to do what we have here for what we did. We had a chance to, and I'm being repetitive, and I'll get numbers later, and any council member is welcome to comment as well, but we had a chance to discuss with DPW and the director a few important items that we felt, of course, people care about most, which is the snow that could be coming, may be coming, and how overwhelming it could be and should be. We didn't have much snow last year, so we could anticipate more than we would expect, and I'm confident comparative to years prior, we have more truck power, more personnel, and certainly a great operation in place, and plenty of salt. I think I'm hearing about 300 tons of salt on standby. And I'll get a count for next meeting on all the trucks. It could be in my email, but I did arrive late and I don't have that count. But I am confident, and I do want to mention to the public, we are aware and available. And this, again, does not happen in the month of November. This item is discussed throughout the entire year of preparation for snow. So I'm proud to say that we are in good shape. And I am being repetitive, because this was discussed last meeting as well, but it's important. But are we prepared for a 2-foot snowstorm is probably the big question later on. But that's something we're trying to get to. And I would imagine 2.5 feet is a whole nother conversation for the Township of Edison, but we definitely are prepared for snow. Moving forward on that question, I'm glad we had a conversation about the animal shelter. Happy with that. I did, when it comes to the recreation items that were on there for division of funding, I just want to, clarify, some of the funding's been the same for a while, so I'm waiting for that formula. I'd like to see that formula through the BA, to the council president of the BA, what the formula is, and how we come together with who gets what throughout the year. And I just want to discuss here openly, Buddy Bowl gets $5,659. Edison Boys Baseball gets $49,846. Edison Jets gets $10,565. Edison United Soccer Association gets $52,000. Edison Youth Basketball gets $17,000. Little Eagle Wrestling Team gets the same $4,000 that since I've been on the council, never increased. Edison Midtown Softball, $21,000. North Edison Baseball gets $48,526. And North Edison Athletic Association gets $9,720. And the Falcons Cricket Club, which is a growing sport, gets $9,000. So I just want to see where we get this formula from and how we do this and why there's no increases over the years as sports increase or decrease per application. I don't expect that answer now, but I would definitely want it to discuss it later. And also, is there an update on the water break? Councilman Patil, where are we with the Victoria Park and the break?
Council President, if you don't mind, I can
Or
answer.
can I ask him, because I don't want to be
Councilman
redundant
Patil,
to
if you would
the,
like to provide an update. Well, first, is there any additional insight from,
All of that work was done and completed a couple of weeks ago.
Yep, it was done by the resident.
okay, so the emergency's been taken care of?
It was done by the resident.
Okay, congratulations, okay. I'd be curious what that cost was versus the argument in time.
That was done by the private residents.
Okay, it seems, okay, maybe it was a shorter fix than the argument was worth, but I'm happy to hear that was done, certainly before the winter sets in. And I would hope that it wouldn't take this long to get there, and whatever we have to do to put in place to make sure it's done in a timely manner, we anticipate and certainly work with the issue at hand, which is where it becomes an eminent hazard. Because when it becomes to that point, and whether the homeowner association doesn't take care of it, I think it's our directive to do so. Somewhere we have to act before someone gets hurt. So I'm glad it's done. I have no other questions, Council President. Thank you.
thank you, Councilman Coyle. Councilman Brescher.
All right. I had a council colleague that said that I never brought up Polanski Park.
That was me.
as opposed to going through the videos to show how I brought up Polanski Park 5, 6, 7 times. I'm making a request of the business administrator to reach out to Matt Watkins. I believe we still pay Matt Watkins, and he's a vendor that works for us. Matt Watkins has access to our old business administrator. I know that he can contact her. And what I'm looking for is to find out from the old business administrator where the document would be that showed that the money for Polanski Park, for the basketball, for the kids, what bond it was put into. Because this body did receive a breakdown for that in the prior administration. So I'm looking for that bond. Then I'd like to see if we have applied to the county, because my Commissioner Rios, over a year ago, told me that the county was going to help fund it. So I don't know what portion, maybe they fund a quarter or 50%, but they were excited to hear about it. Yet I have no update as when we're going to build the basketball court at Polanski Park. I'd like to get a status update. We had flooding issues around Calvert and Stephenville. My council colleague and my former councilman, Councilman Bob Deal. I know Bob Deal was working on the Calvert thing. Shoot, must have been about 8 years on the dais. So I'd like to see if we can get updates on that flooding, where we are in the design and the implementation of solving the problem. I'd also like to get an update on the parking lot for the North Edison baseball. I know we did some paving for South Edison baseball, but North Edison baseball, their parking lot we were supposed to do, so if I can get a date as to when we're going to do that. A question to our attorney real quick. When Oprahs come in, and this is a big question that comes up and is a complaint of residents, they put an Oprah in. How long does it take for us to turn over an Oprah document?
Well, sorry for the lawyer answer, it depends.
Well, I guess the problem is...
You know, if somebody, Oprah's, can I have all of the permits for whatever, those are usually things that go relatively quickly. I'm assuming that's a computer search. A lot of times, however, the Oprah requests that take us longer is the ones that are essentially research projects.
Research projects. Okay, I'd like to see what kind of things you're being asked for, and let me tell you where I'm going. Residents have told me that they've put an Oprah request in, and they've waited like a month or a month and a half because it had to go through legal. And where I go with this is, I would like to see any Oprah request that takes more than 2 weeks, right, for your firm to get back to them with. And it goes to, let me tell you where I'm going with it. It goes to service. Because if the Oprah requests are too much for you guys to take care of, that we can't get it back to the people in a timely fashion, that we have to keep on asking for extensions, right? And I don't care who the people are. Then we need to find another firm to do this work, is where I'm going. So can I get a list of anything
you can.
over 2 weeks from the date they submitted it from your firm?
But I'll answer the question now. The delay is never my firm. The delay is in getting the documents that we need, because I have, in addition to the fact that I have a lawyer who does most of your Oprah reviews that spent 5 years at the Government Records Council, she's really qualified at doing this, and others that do it in a lot of municipalities. The delay is virtually never the law department, unless, I'll give you an example. Sometimes, and I'm not sure what the process is, if somebody asks for, a year of body-worn camera footage, and the footage is hours and hours long, and we have to redact it, it takes however long it takes for an attorney to sit and go through and do it and redact it and do all of those things. So there are sometimes what happens is that there's a volume. But I can tell you this, my office doesn't take 2 weeks to turn things around. We just don't.
Let me tell you where I'm going with that. I'm looking to follow this, right?
Sure.
And understand, I mean, you have to know that I'm fair, right? So if the issue isn't with your firm, but the issue is with the administration and getting you the documents or whatever that might be, Wherever the fault lies is wherever it's going to lie. But right now, everybody
Sometimes
just
it's a
feels-
requester, you know that, right?
You mean-
Sometimes a requester asks for, tell me every time that there was, a blue sticky note on something in the last 30 years. And then we have to go back and say, well, we can't find it. Well, okay, so tell me only 15 years, well, we still can't find it. We go back and forth and they don't always get, so the answer is that sometimes there's an interactive process that is between us, and Cheryl is shaking her head, and I know she knows that we go through this all the time. So,
Oh,
that's some of it, and some of it is the nature of, and I don't mean to, I'm not trying to filibuster here. It's the nature of if it's not something that's kept in a computer database that we can search and we can find, you literally have people going through boxes trying to find things.
I'm very well aware of what's available.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason why I say this is there's one that went through that I think they waited about a month, and well, it's something you could have got off our hard drives. So I'm just looking just to take a look at it, right? And trust me, I happen to be. I'm not real intelligent, right? I mean, I didn't go to law school or anything, but I
Me
can
neither.
I can discern, that when somebody's asking for 100 body cameras, I get it. I know what it takes. I have seen when the township has released body cam footage that should have been redacted, right? So I understand the importance of it. So I'm asking for a list of it, just so I can follow it and see where it is. And if there's an item that looks like it's an issue to me, I'll bring that to you. And then, you can explain to me what the issue is with it.
And I honestly, because we're everybody in every town is searching for an answer to these, and I'd love to talk to you about it. And for instance, if you have a specific example, we don't have to do it here. We can talk about it offline. Say to me, Lou, why this open request was filed on September 1st? Why did it take until September 30th? And I can pretty much map out for you what happened. And I won't tell you that there's not a circumstance where there are Oprah requests multiple Oprah requests from the same person on similar subjects that one doesn't get lost in the shuffle. It happens. And I'd like to tell you it didn't. If you think that, you can bring McCarter in English here, they have 500 lawyers, and they'll make that not happen, probably not. But I'm happy to talk to you about those things. I really am, because we search for good suggestions on how to handle this too. But it's not the delay. The delay is not I have 25 lawyers. They all do
Right,
Oprah
I'm just
reviews.
asking.
We're
Right,
pretty
I'm just
good at
asking if you could just send me a list for anything that's like 2 weeks or older, and
Cheryl,
then
can
can
I
just
don't
take
even
a look at
track it that way. Cheryl, can you do that? I don't know if we can. I don't do it.
Okay.
I don't track it in that manner. I don't know. You can? Okay, so we can talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now this is a good one here. We talked about cybersecurity. I know this is a great concern, cybersecurity. And I heard a council colleague of mine speak about having a problem working PDF to Excel. Now, just so happens, a very good friend of mine was the programmer that was able to make PDFs into Excel and Word. Too bad I didn't listen to him, or I would have made a lot of money on that stock. But every council member should have that available to them on their computers to be able to do that. That's a pretty simple process. I mean, me, at my age, I'm actually able to do that. But we should all be able to have that. I'm also requesting to have an iPhone, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to send a video to Council President, to our attorney, and to the BA tomorrow. And I'm going to take a video of me on my phone downloading data, which I never had with the prior administration. But if I played it here, everybody would laugh and everybody would have to run out to the bathroom. And then I have a township well, it's not an iPad, it's
Surface Pro.
Surface Pro. And that doesn't really work either. I mean, it does a lot of spinning. Anybody here remember 1995? It does that over and over. And I can't say that it's IT, and I don't want to blame them for the 2-year process, because part of that is my own fault, right? I brought it to them, they fixed it, it didn't work. I get frustrated, so it takes me a month or so to come back. I bring it to them. They set it up. It doesn't work. And we've been doing this for 2 years, and I've given up on it. I just don't think we have the ability. Where the prior administration, I never had a problem. So something changed, right? And it could be the cybersecurity. It could be Microsoft. I don't really know, but I know one thing. This is not my problem to figure out. This is the administration's problem to allow me to have access, and I should have it. So whatever they need to do, I shouldn't have to come here to the township any longer to bring stuff or drop it off. They should have somebody, believe this or not, like I'm going to tell you this, I'd say about 15 years ago, because I kind of retired, I guess about 5 or 10 years ago, my computer guy never came to my office. He was wherever he was, someplace in cyber world, and he would go on my computer and he would fix everything. And I'm looking for at least that service, which is 15 or 20-year service that this has been out there, to fix this so that I can get access. If any of my council colleagues would like me to forward the videos to you also for a good chuckle, I'll be glad to do that. But I'll be sending that tomorrow. I'll make the little video. But I've just had total frustration. I've explained it to Sonia. She asked me if I could just bring it to the IT. I explained my frustration like I just now did. But I'll be doing that tomorrow. That would be all, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. For myself, just to address two of those items, converting the PDFs to Excel or Word documents right now, because we have the 2019 version, the only way that's available to do so is through OneNote. Take a picture of whatever it is, screenshot it, and it'll convert it to text. On the new 365 platform that's being put out, I can attest that you can export PDF to Excel, to Word document, to OneNote, to any of the others. And in regards to access to the server, one of the items that Jeff put on my Surface Pro was Net Extender, so that you can log in through a VPN, which, if you're connected to your Wi-Fi, allows for quicker access to documents versus going through the LTE. And just a request to the administration, I know that we are digitizing a lot of documents now. What I would request is that whatever program is being used to convert those documents to PDF, have it's called a OCR capabilities, optical character recognition. Therefore, when those documents are scanned into the PDF, as long as the type is legible, it'll be searchable. So that would help in the future. Thank you. Any other discussion items from my colleagues? So before we go into the regular session, and if I did not mention this before, we are moving the closed session up because that pertained to one of the resolution items. Before we go back, though, because we have in our ordinance that the meetings end at 10, and given the time now, I'm going,
Yeah, Council President, we are planning to go in closed session, right?
yes.
So just again, as usual, we have township employees and the department heads, we are gone through the work session. So if you're okay, we should.
No objections on my end if the department heads and employees would like to leave, unless there are any other questions that are, yeah, I think we need our Department of Law. What I would like to do, though, just in case the conversation goes long, if we can extend the meeting for an hour, and then hopefully it doesn't go that long, but just in case. So can I get a motion to extend the meeting 1 hour, which would be, yes, to 11.
Motion to extend the meeting
Seconded.
1 hour.
Council President.
All in favor?
Yeah, aye.
Aye. All right, so the meeting
Council President,
has been extended till 11.
Just for clarification, I'm guessing a good portion of the department stays because they're passionate that what's on the agenda. Each department's here representing so many things in that department they've improved. I don't think there's any, I didn't have any questions Are there any questions that are going to be asked further of what's on the agenda from the council?
Not that I'm,
Not by council, but
I'm just- I'm not
maybe
trying
the
to-
public.
Well, if
Yeah,
they're,
I mean,
we'll either deal with them or we'll get,
Yeah.
we'll be up to
I'm just saying, they don't all
So
have to be
anyone
here.
that would like to speak on the resolutions, obviously you'll have the opportunity to comment and question on the resolutions. If any of the department heads or employees want to stay for that, just in case, I leave that at the discretion of the business administrator and the division heads. So at this time, I'd like to motion for us to go into closed session.
Motion to go into closed session.
Seconded.
Oh, no, that would be, well, that would be after.
Council President, I just want to clarify, do they all have to stay or not? Is it necessary?
I don't think that's necessary, but they're under the business administrator's directive, so I'll leave that to.
Okay. I just was considering of time. I had no one had any other questions for them. That's all. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. So there was a motion to go into closed session, a motion by Council Vice President Harris, second by Councilman Patil. All in favor? Aye. We are now in closed session. Good evening, everyone. The time is now 10:26 PM, and we are finished with closed session. At this time, can I get a motion to reconvene?
Motion to reconvene.
Second?
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris. All in favor? Aye. Aye. The meeting is now reconvened.
Okay, we move to approval of the minutes. That's for the combined meetings of September 27th and October 23rd. October 23rd. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay. Is an aye?
Who made the motion?
That was, yeah. And is that an aye vote? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. We have now a resolution of recognition. So clerk, could you read that, please?
Whereas Robert Sweffey is a proud homeowner and resident of Township of Edison, residing at 68 Union Avenue for more than 20 years. Whereas Robert has been recognized as an individual who takes pride not only in the maintenance of his own property, but the neighborhood to which he lives and the entire Township of Edison. Whereas Robert has dedicated many hours to community service, utilizing his own vehicle and equipment to clean up debris on roads and in our neighborhoods. Whereas Patrolman Salvatore Coppola has witnessed Robert's noble deeds throughout the years and notes his positive and humble character. Now therefore be resolved, Municipal Council finds it proper and desires to recognize Robert Sweffey for his dedication, commitment to keeping our community clean, and the impact his actions have had improves the quality of life for all the residents.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this resolution? Okay, seeing none, do we have any council comment on the resolution? All right, seeing none, can we have a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Okay, everyone in favor? Aye. Okay, that is adopted. Right? Oh, this is a roll call? All right, sorry, let's go through.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
I'm sorry, I was not.
This is on the resolution of recognition.
I'm going to abstain. I don't know
Okay.
where we are on the agenda. I apologize.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. Thank you. Motion passes.
Council President, I just want to vote yes on that, please.
May the record show that Councilman Coyle voted affirmatively. 22. All right. Yep. Sorry about that. 22, approval of volunteer firefighter. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Council President remarks, I do not have any. 24, administrative agenda. Can I get a motion to accept?
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. 25, unfinished business. Ordinances for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. As we had mentioned before, there's a request to table this for December
13th.
13th?
13th.
Okay. Any other logistic? items?
Yeah, I just want to note for the record that as we discussed in closed session, we're going to do it without further notice, so the clerk does not have to renotice the public hearing. Obviously, we noticed the public hearing tonight. Anybody who was here who wanted to speak is here to hear this now.
Thank you. So,
So you're going to make a motion. We need the
We need a
motion.
motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to table.
Motion to table till December 13th.
Second?
so motion to table to December 13th by Councilman Patil, seconded by Council Vice President Harris. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. 26, new business, proposed ordinances for public hearing. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance.
An ordinance amending Chapter 37 zoning by amending the following subsections: 37.3.1, word usage definitions, 3732.2, RI1, restricted industrial district permitted uses, 3733.1, light industrial district permits uses for 37-33.8, light industrial district prohibited uses, 37-38.1, the RRD, Raritan River Revitalization District permitted uses, and 6, the 37-38.8, the RRRD, Raritan River Revitalization District prohibited uses.
Thank you. At this time, try to get a motion.
Council President,
It would be just for clarification purposes, there'd be a motion, a second, council comments, and then a roll call.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to introduce. It's a motion to introduce.
Okay. I move this ordinance to be passed on the first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set down on November 29th, 2023.
Okay, second?
So motion by Councilman Patel, second by Council Vice President Harris. Any councilor comments?
Council President, I was trying to do a motion to table, but if you want to just vote on the introduction, it's a little counterproductive, but
I'll leave.
it's your call.
I'll
Doesn't
leave
matter to
my
me.
comments
It's your ordinance.
I'll leave my comments to the end. Councilman Brusher?
Yes, Council President, I guess I had some concerns about that, whether it's actually a good ordinance overall. I've received, I've been talking to some residents also, right, that aren't, none of us are really expert land use attorneys. But I don't know that those questions have been answered. Now, I do know that we did bring up changing this at one time. At that time, we talked about having the planning board, I guess, come back with the master plan. And that was what I thought we were waiting for, was for the master plan to come. And then we were going to address these or get these recommendations from the planning board with the master plan. And then this came up now. So it changed my idea of what we were going to do, with moving it. I know my council colleague wanted to pull it, or table it, for us to have those conversations and try and work out those couple things to make sure that it is a good ordinance. So, I mean, I would prefer to table it than voting no. But if we were to vote no, and it ends, could we modify this and make changes and then reintroduce?
Of course.
Okay. It doesn't have to wait like 180 days or something like that. Okay.
Other councilor comments?
Council President,
Councilman Coyle?
as I mentioned before, I think this is not fully prepared. I think the intentions of what members on the council want may be understood by others, but I think the majority of these complaints on this dais I've heard are for trucks. This is stopping vans. That's how I've read it. We also have not given definition of what a terminal is, what a fulfillment center is, what a warehouse is, by definition. I'm not saying by what we think it may be, but that should be in part of this, in the description in detail, and we should provide some extra reports as well. For that, I'm not in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Any other comments? Councilman Patel?
So I believe we do have a need to clarify definitions. Without the clarifications, we risk getting warehouses and fulfillment centers where we don't want them. And even a lot of my council colleagues are in support of public advocate. A public advocate wouldn't be able to argue against certain cases because there will be no definitions in our ordinances. So if we are saying that public advocate is good because they'll be able to advocate for the public on a lot of these cases. Let's give the public advocate, or even our boards, the planning and zoning, some ammo to use against developments that we don't want in the neighborhood. But if the council decides that they want to vote this down and amend it later, I personally am not okay with it because I feel like every moment that we wait, we are risking some development coming through. Ideally, if we want to vote this yes, and then like Councilman Rich Brescher said with the public advocate ordinance, that we can amend it later to your liking. So let's vote it in. We'll at least have something on the books to prevent bad development. And then we can work it to the perfection that it needs to be.
Council President, I'd like to address that just quickly.
Yes,
My council
Councilman
colleague
Brasher.
brought up a very good point. And in government, sometimes we need to vote for things that we're not entirely in favor of, right? Kind of like how you end up with the bridge to nowhere. I propose to my council colleague, if he stands with me on the public advocate, I will stand with him tonight on this one.
I don't do
But
tit for
wait,
tats
wait,
or
wait.
quid pro quo.
You brought that up, so I'm throwing an offer out there. Stand with me on the public advocate, and I will stand with you on this, because it is the same argument that I'm using on you tonight with this not being perfect that was used with me with the public advocate. So it's like the goose is not liking the gander too much.
Well,
So if you're up for it, yes. If not, just tell me you're not.
all right, I'm not going to stand for quid pro quo here. It's, again, the point here is that public advocate, it's especially the ordinance that was presented, I truly feel is underbaked. If you feel that this is truly underbaked and it doesn't serve the public purpose, go ahead, vote no on it. That's fine with me.
It's the
But
same.
I personally believe this does serve a public purpose. It does prevent bad businesses from coming into portions of neighborhoods that we don't want.
Right, and this is all I'm saying is, we're the
Let me
same.
finish, Councilman Brescher. It is a timely issue because cases are coming for this particular purpose. And that is my argument against it. Either way, but I will not do quid pro quo. If you present a good ordinance for public advocate, and I will take a look at it with open heart and open mind. And I am open to revising my stand on that. And I can give you that much.
Right, all I'm saying was, it was just simply put, it is the exact same scenario. How I feel about this is how you feel about the public advocate, and it's fine. But to move government forward, right? It wasn't my idea to table this or to hold off on this. When we started this over a year ago, what was said at the meeting, we can go back and listen to the tape. What was said was that we were doing the master plan. And when the master plan we get from the planning board their recommendations on this. And that was said at a meeting. And then mysteriously, this just pops up now. So, no discussion, no nothing, right? Drops on us on a Friday. We have issues because it's not perfect, just like the public advocate, right? But we can't get those resolved. So it's the same thing that I said with the public advocate, right? We'll put it forward and we'll make changes. Same thing here. At least I'm consistent, okay? So where I'm going with this isn't perfect, right? So we'll just shoot this down then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Patil?
Yeah. Thank you, Council President. I hear both the sides. And we have said that, none of these ordinances are perfect unless, we keep them revising and keep them enforcing. There are sentiment tied here, and Councilman Patel, you said that this is going to help public advocate to justify the case. But contrary, you don't want to support the public advocate. So to me, it still, doesn't satisfy, what I'm asking. Through this dais, again, I'm asking the same thing that my council colleague on the other end said. I would say that let's table this for 2 weeks. You drop the public ordinance, and we all support that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. I'd like to make a comment. This was originally introduced July 24th. requested to be tabled. Allow for comments to happen. 4 months later, no comments, nothing brought up, no follow-up on my end. We talked about the master plan. Yes, ideally, would like to have the master plan have been finalized and adopted by the planning board earlier in context. Would love that to be the case, but that has not occurred yet. I do not know when that's going to happen. To me, this is not an item that is directly under the jurisdiction of the master plan. Zoning, rezoning of areas, I can find underneath the purview of the master plan, setting guidelines as to the direction of the township. But ultimately, even if it's under the master plan, it is this body that enacts legislation. So even on the reexamination report from 2021, 2011, and in the 2003, it says recommend changing the zoning to not allow for, not non-conforming, but of course the term is escaping me, but even if there are items that are recommended in the master plan, it's not even guaranteed that they will be acted on. I think that this is a good step in the right direction. Questions of, has research been done? I mean, I'm sure Mr. Reno can back me up in that I have probably talked his ear off on this for numerous times. I've spoken with Mr. Bignell at length on this issue. And even the basis for these definitions were from Howell, whose planning attorney is Mr. Cucciarero, who is our current planning board's attorney. So I don't think that we are overstepping the boundaries of the master plan. Personally, I think that this is a step in the right direction. I hope to have my council colleagues support in that, but I leave that to their discretion. Thank you. Any other final comments in regards? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
No.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
No.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. Therefore, it is not introduced. Ordinance 2196. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance.
An ordinance of the Township of Edison, the County of Middlesex, New Jersey, canceling $1,945,740.71 in bonds authorizing and/or bonds anticipating notes proceeds not needed for the original purposes, and to transfer $671,327.77 in bond or bond anticipation notes proceeds to capital fund balance.
At this time, can I get a motion on the ordinance?
I move this ordinance to be passed on first reading, published according to law, for further consideration and public hearing set down for November 29th, 2023.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patel, seconded by Council Vice President Harris. Any council comments?
Quick question.
Councilman Brescher.
The six, and I'm going to go back and use my council colleague. I'm not sure who said it, but somebody said it. When we talked about bonding, I think at our last meeting, it's kind of like a credit card, right? And my take on this, and tell me if I have it wrong, was we had, let's say, $50 million in bonds. Out of the $50 million in bonds, we did not use $1,945,000 and change worth of money, so we're going to cancel out that balance of the bonds. But in the bonds, and I'm going to just make up some numbers now, let's say that we had the tote center for $5 million, right? And we bonded for $5 million, but then the project only cost us $4,800,000. that 200,000 that's left over, we already borrowed that money. And that would represent this 671,327. So where I'm going with this is this similar to me telling my wife I want to go buy a car, and she goes, we don't have any money, but use the credit card, and I take $20,000 cash advance on the credit card, and then I go buy the car for $18,000, and I got $2,000 left, and I take that money and I go to Atlantic City and spend it? Or are we going to take this money here and use it to pay off the credit card? This 671,000. Like, what are we doing with those funds? Is that going to pay off debt?
No, well, it goes into your capital account, and then you'll use it for capital projects. So it will go in, that's what happens. The money that you borrowed will go into your capital account.
Correct,
It gets
and
canceled, it
it-
goes into your capital account, and you'll use it as down payment or whatever it is for your,
You can't spend it directly against capital surplus.
right. Yeah, you need a capital ordinance.
But I'm saying, so we borrowed the money, we bonded the money. This is extra money, right, on the credit card, but we're not using it to pay off the credit card debt. We're repurposing it for other things.
Correct.
So my understanding is that I'm gonna start with the third option because I'm not sure on this, but if it goes into the capital account, it could just remain there, right, just in general. My understanding is that if it's going to be used for another capital improvement project, whatever those funds would be allocated towards would still have to come to this body
Sure, you'd have to do a capital ordinance.
for approval, right? So if, you still wanted to go to AC with that extra 2,000, it would have to come before, whomever.
Right, my question is, why wouldn't we just use it to pay towards
So
our debt?
that-
And then if they want to go to Atlantic City, right, they could come to this body and say, let's go
So
to
that was
Atlantic
going to be
City.
the third item. So the first one is it can go into the capital account, nothing happens. Second is that it gets repurposed for another capital expenditure, whatever that may be. I don't want to pontificate on that. That's the second option. The third option, to my understanding, is that it can be at next year's budget and presumably consequent afterwards, be transferred, terminology might be off, but essentially as revenue to the township, which in theory could be used to pay off debt that we have.
Right, let me tell you where my concern is that it goes into the budget and it helps reduce
Debt.
our debt. We're going to use it to reduce our debt?
Correct, that's what it would go. For funded, it would count against, it would go against our debt,
So we're gonna take that and make a payment somewhere
against our debt, right?
against our debt. Right, we're not gonna use it. My concern was that we take it, it goes into some fund, and then when we do our budget next year, right, our taxes, will be reduced by this amount, but we reduce the taxes by borrowing money. Like inherently, I have a problem with that. So if we're just gonna take this and use this money to pay off debt,
We can't,
100%.
right, correct. We can't use capital surplus to spend.
okay, so we're gonna use it to pay off debt?
Correct.
I'm good.
Right. And by the way, you have to do this no matter what, because you have to cancel these because you don't need them.
No,
Oh, 'cause
canceling,
otherwise,
the canceling I have no
So,
issue with. I'm good with
right.
canceling.
Gotcha.
Any other questions or?
That would be a council
So
president.
so you're cutting up your wife's credit card here. Is
Yes,
that
I'm
was-
cutting,
is
I'm
that
getting
what
rid of
your
the credit,
question
right, I'm looking to get rid of the
That's
credit.
the analogy.
Yeah, so the analogy still works.
Yes.
Any other?
Yeah,
Yes, Councilman Patil.
Yeah, Council President. When we are saying canceling the bond for $1.95 million, but when we approved the bond, we already considered some projects under that head for that $1.9 billion, $1.9 million. Now we are saying we are canceling, means we are canceling some project here.
No, it might be, no, you're not canceling, you bonded, but you didn't need the money, the projects came in under.
That's correct, but the reason we bonded because we need it for something.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that those somethings cost less, so you bonded.
What I'll say is that some of the bonds that are inclusive of this go back to 2003, 2005, 2008. I understand the point that you're making. Most of the bonds, though, if I recall correctly, are very dated, so I don't even, I don't know if they would actually be able to follow through.
Okay, let me ask the question other way around. This 1.9 million bond, where it is coming from, what year? Is this body approved in 2022 or 2023?
If you look at the bond ordinance, there's the bond numbers on the front. So for instance, that $1.9 million, the first one is the Amboy Avenue Revitalization Project. That was done in 2001, and there's $109,747 that just wasn't used. Either the project wasn't done or they didn't need the money to finish the project. The next one is the Amboy Avenue Revitalization Project, 2003. Once again, $339,000 that wasn't funded. In other words, you didn't borrow the money, and you're just canceling that bond. 2005 capital improvements. I'm just reading through the list. I mean, I could read them all for you if you want.
No, but my understanding was all these, the old bonds, they were consolidated and with the lower interest rate. So during the consolidation, everything, the older business should have been moved under one bond. So I don't know, this 1.9, yes, we did not spend out of that allocated bucket, but that should have been part of, say, 5 million bond that was issued in 2001. But we did, literally took all those old bonds and consolidated that 2 years ago with a lower interest rate.
No, except these are authorizations. We never issued the bonds. So the council authorized $109,000 in 2001, but they never borrowed the money. So when you consolidated what you did is you took all of your short-term financing and consolidated it into one bond issue. That's not these, because these were, right, am I correct?
So they were left
Administrator.
hanging there?
So the Amboy one from 2001, you never borrowed that money. All you're doing is technically canceling an ordinance.
Okay.
Correct. So we can all look at the same thing. So in the attachments, there's a spreadsheet that finance prepared, and there's a category for funded and unfunded. So what Mr. Renone is referring to is the unfunded category here. For example, the Amboy Avenue revitalization, it looked like it happened in 2 phases. And then if you move down, I could just pick out like section 20 costs, those are administrative costs, those things there were all accounted for. So some of the other ones.
Okay, let me ask a direct question. Is this 1.9 cancellation would decrease the debt by $1.9 million?
No, it decreases it. Decreases your debt, yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, then we're good.
Thank you. Any other comments? There was a motion, there was a second. Any comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. And then 2197 was pulled earlier this evening. 27, public comment on the resolutions only.
Council President, before you go to the comment, do you want to tell which resolutions are pulled or?
Well, that would be next, so
So you will take the comments on that as well?
I understand what you're saying, but that would, from a procedural standpoint, yeah. Sorry about that, Mr. Tar. Before starting, just because we are nearing the 11 o'clock hour, I'm going to ask for us to, if we can get a motion to extend the meeting,
11:30?
half hour, 11:30? So can I get a motion to extend the meeting 1/2 hour to 11:30?
Let's do midnight. Just
Midnight, all right, so can I get a motion to extend the meeting to midnight, 12 o'clock?
Motion to extend meeting to midnight?
Seconded.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, second by Councilman Patil. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. The meeting will be extended till 12 o'clock PM. Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Shaw.
Don Tar, 52 Reeder Road, Edison. I'd like to address R628 and R629. Like many, I have really serious concerns about what's occurring at the animal shelter. Going back to July, the report was issued, and I have concerns initially about how the report was issued because much of it was redacted. But that's something that the committee can look into by themselves. I would wonder why so much of it was redacted when it should have been public. But beyond that, the little souls in those cages, they have no control over their food. They have no control over their water. They have no control over the treatment they receive. And most importantly, they have no control over the individuals who are there to care for them. I listened carefully to the recommendations being made by the gentleman from Monmouth County.
Just as a point of order, this is in regards to the resolutions. I understand the connectivity between it, but this is for comments on the resolutions only, so.
Okay, well, let me ask some questions of the council. The council has established a committee to deal with this problem, this situation. Does the council committee and the council have the authority to make recommendations to change the animal hospital, to ameliorate the problems?
As a point of order, again, and please stop the gentleman's time. This is not pertaining to the resolutions.
Okay,
The
628, 629, do those figures accomplish remediation of the issues that we find at the animal shelter today?
Before any other question, I don't want to take away your time, and
Well, possibly, depending upon your answer.
I would say no, since we don't have all the information yet. This is being done as an emergency. It might be just spent and it doesn't help. We don't know yet.
So the committee doesn't have the authority to recommend expenditures to ameliorate those problems?
I would respectfully disagree. I think some of, particularly for 629 in regards to the outdoor kennel fencing, that helps in addressing overcrowding aspect in regards to the animal shelter. So I think that it does help.
Okay, well, let me ask just one procedural question. Absent the ability for the public to come to this committee and express its outrage at the treatment of those animals, since I'm being gavelled down, where can we go to make ourselves known? Where can we go to express that this is a disgusting treatment for those poor souls in those cages?
Sir,
Because I'm not being allowed to address that issue this evening. Where can I go to address that issue in this township?
There are still oral petitions and remarks, which is still at the end. This is pertaining strictly to the resolutions.
Okay, well, I'll be back.
Thank you. Any other, yes.
Nick Fagan, 42 Edgewood Road.
Thank you.
Council President, I rise today as a proud coach in the North Edison Baseball Association. We just had an 8U season for fall, and it was great. And I rise to talk to you about Resolution 647 for the recreation for the youth. And I think it's an awesome thing that the town expends approximately $250,000 on youth sports in the town. It's a fantastic thing for town and for our kids. The question I have is, in the actual resolution, it lists all of the organizations, and I saw one of the organizations, and I had some questions about it, and I was hoping maybe somebody could clarify for me. It's called the North Edison Athletic Association, and they're slated to get $9,700, $9,720. I looked them up, and it looks like they were loosely related maybe to the Shamrock organization, but if I go to the Shamrock's website, they're defunct, or it doesn't come up anymore. So can somebody tell me who the North Edison Athletic Association is, or what sport that it does?
Council President, I believe you're right. I believe it used to be the Shamrocks.
Yeah.
It is now changed, but the last I heard, which was a couple years ago, was that it did exist in some form, just not a whole league. And that's where earlier when we were speaking with the business administrator about reevaluating every 2 years, and that was the purpose of doing it, because we had the Angels that was receiving money for like 7 or 8 years, and they were basically defunct. So I'm sure they're going to be looking into that to make, reestablish the numbers.
Thank you, through the chair, to Councilman Brescher. Thank you for that clarification. I do appreciate that, because I don't know, I think that might be the Shamrocks. They may still maintain a field or two in town, but I'm not sure about that. So I also reflected on what Councilman Brescher said earlier about we should probably know more about the formula and the algorithm and how this money is doled out, because it is important that it's based on field maintenance and number of kids enrolling and not just connections in town and what previously was done last year just because we're just rolling it. So what I would ask for you to do is I'd ask for you to table this one until we can find out, is the formula being done? And as long as the formula has been done and it's been fair and it's been assigned in the fair way, and we know that all these organizations are still live, that's what I would say. And I think that should take another week to take, or another meeting to take that up. So I would ask for you to do that. Thank you.
Council
Thank
President.
you. Yes, Councilman Patil.
This was one of the resolution. In fact, you and Councilman Brescher explained the formula, but to the greater extent, when I look at some of the leagues, they are underpaid. And I think we need to revisit that, and I'll be in support of tabling this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for, yes, Mr. Stelter.
Walt Stoschel, 2118 Oak Tree Road. I support the Safe Routes to Schools. This is a good grant program that the state runs, but we have never, I don't think we ever got one of these. I know we have applied in the past. If Mr. Councilman Nish Patel could get us, the Open Space Committee, a copy of the application and how much it's for, we'd appreciate that. On 657, the landfill. I've been coming to these meetings for many years, and the landfill closed like around 1995. And every 2 or 3 years, we're hiring engineers to do a closure plan for the landfill. It's not a closure fund for a landfill, the landfill that we have. It's a fund to pay engineers. We've done this since 1995, and the landfill hasn't been closed. So hopefully now, within the next 2 years, we'll have something done here, or we're just going to hire another engineer to do the same thing. With regard to the leagues that you just talked about, are the leagues required to file with the town their 990 IRS income tax form, their nonprofit income tax form? So that way you would prove that they're still active and that they've been filing for their nonprofit status. And that's all I have to say on that.
I was going to
They're
say,
required to file forms. They're financial forms.
yeah, they send us financial forms. Certain organizations, like the soccer league, is done like by professional accountants. When you get to the smaller leagues, it's kind of like me sitting at my kitchen table, and I pull out my bank statement. So they give us their bank statements with it that show everything that they expend their money on. But I don't think there's like a nonprofit form that I've seen. I don't know how that works with the youth leagues. And as far as where you said about the engineer, that's where we were going, right? I think we're looking to close get it closed and not just look at it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Anyone else? Yes.
Good evening, Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane. I have a question about Resolution 659, Glendale Avenue area in need of redevelopment. It's just mystifying what this is all about, that you've got a property for which, for 2 years, it looked like the township had an offer to purchase the property for open space, and now for a reason that the public can't fathom, there's this request to the planning board to research whether it should be an area in need of redevelopment. I don't even see how it would comply with any of the criteria in the local redevelopment and housing law in Section 5. It gives a number of criteria, and it doesn't look like the property would meet any of those criteria for redevelopment. And of course, if it was designated an area of redevelopment, it would take it out of the zoning code, possibly out of the master plan, and the neighbors wouldn't have to receive any notice as to what the plans for the property would be. So can we get an explanation as to why this is even on the agenda?
Because well, first, this is only a study, right? So this is not us making a judgment at this point in time as to whether or not it does or does not. We're asking the planning board to do a study. That's the first thing. And obviously, the purpose of it is to give us, amongst other powers, the power to condemn the property if in fact, a voluntary real estate transaction doesn't take place. So it's just a matter of us trying to, you've said it's been hanging around for 2 years. I think the administration and the council agrees, and this is just us trying to move the process forward. The rest of your characterization of what the redevelopment process is just fundamentally wrong, so I'm not going to really argue with you about it. But this actually gives council more control over how the zoning process works, as opposed to less control. But it's the first step in the process, so we'll see what the planning board has to say. They're going to have to conduct a study. They're going to have to make a determination. If they come back and tell us that it doesn't qualify, then it doesn't qualify. If they tell us it does, then we'll move forward.
Okay, because my understanding is that the owner of the property had an application pending before the planning board to develop the property, and I just don't understand if there's a development application, if someone invested in the property, how it then becomes an area in need of redevelopment. I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
I only have until midnight, so I can't do a 12-week course on how redevelopment law works. But the answer is that there's no reason in the world we can't declare it an area in need of redevelopment. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not somebody has an application before the planning board.
Okay, well, maybe members of the council can get some more clarifying answers about it.
They have.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments on the resolutions only?
I'm listening to him. This is the first exposure I've had to that.
First,
subject.
I have to ask name and address just for record if you don't feel
Caleb
comfortable.
Vogel, 114 Dorothy.
Thank you.
The issue was raised about the planning board having to conduct a study, and that the township council will receive that study and then mull it over. I was wondering, well, what are the criterion? What are the criteria that a planning board uses to conduct a study program? Are those criteria based on the authorization of the planning board itself, or does the township actual council define the criteria to guide and direct the planning board in its study? What exactly?
It's actually neither of those. There's a state law. It's a state law that defines what the planning board, how the planning board conducts the study and what the criteria is that they use.
Oh, in the state law, it will list those.
It does, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Criteria. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump you there.
Any other speakers for the resolutions? Yes.
Sue Malone Barber, 85 Pleasant Avenue.
Thank you.
So I just have a question, just I guess in terms of playing out Resolution 659. If after the study it is declared an area in need of revitalization and the town doesn't own it, doesn't that open the door for any kind of redevelopment that the property owner might want to do?
No.
Not necessarily.
Why doesn't it?
Well, it doesn't because there's, all the study does is, and all we would do is determine it's an area in need of redevelopment. We would still have to, when I say we, I apologize, the council would still have to adopt a redevelopment plan so that they control it completely. And this authorization would give the township the ability to condemn the property. So they don't have a right to just go and redevelop it. We still have a right to adopt a redevelopment plan.
Before elaborating on that, any other questions? Because the response may be a little long.
Well, I mean, it takes time to do a redevelopment plan. Couldn't the developer just withdraw their current application and put in another one for undesirable development there?
No.
No.
So the short answer is no.
Guaranteed, they can't do that.
Well, we have to adopt a redevelopment plan. The answer is no, they can't develop it until there's a redevelopment plan.
There's two different items. One is the current property owner. If they have an application, are they allowed to proceed regardless? My understanding is that they could. In regards to the redevelopment plan, if it gets to that point.
Well, wait,
again,
wait. They have an application pending, right? With the planning board now, currently.
Whether it was fully withdrawn or.
They may, but that has nothing to do with what we're doing here. That's all I'm trying to say. So I answered you asked me a question, I gave you an answer. I can't.
Okay, go ahead, John.
So from the redevelopment guidelines, so to say, the council would request a study to be performed by the planning board. So that's what this resolution in and of itself is. That would go to the planning board. The planning board would perform their study. They would use, I think it's A through H. I think there's, approximately 8 or 9 criteria that quantifies whether it meets the code or an area in need of redevelopment. Rehabilitation is different.
Doesn't look like any of them apply, but the study will show that or not. Okay.
I'll respectfully disagree on that, but once the study occurs, it would come back to the council, regardless of what if the findings are that the planning board doesn't think it meets any of those needs, I'm guessing it doesn't move forward. If it finds that it meets any of those needs, it would come back to the council in the sense that we would request a redevelopment plan be created. Now, whether that's through our body in itself as the redeveloping entity or requesting the planning board to do that plan, and that would be at that time. But historically, it's generally gone back to the planning board to devise a plan. They would go through their deliberations. That plan would then come back to the council for adoption. We can either accept it, amend it, or deny it. If it gets to the redevelopment plan, authorizing the redevelopment plan, then it would go to establishing a redeveloper for the project in normal circumstances. With condemnation, I would have to confirm, but would the redeveloper come before condemnation or?
That ultimately those will be council decisions as to whether or not the condemnation comes before the designation of a redeveloper. In some places, they do that first, and then they designate somebody who will then buy the property from the township.
So those two would be interchangeable, but that would be the final step in regards to.
Yeah, and this is only the first step in that process.
So when we condemned and declared in need of revitalization Thomas Street, remember Thomas?
Just for clarification, that wasn't through condemnation.
It was an area in need of revitalization.
Yes, but just
So
just
there's
for
a
clarity,
difference?
Yes, because there's no authority of eminent domain with a general area in need of redevelopment. This is slightly different because of that.
Because of eminent domain.
Yeah, that police power, for lack of better words.
Speaker has 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you.
Council President?
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Brusher.
I'm going to ask you a quick question, might help with their question. With what we're doing here tonight, as a possibility, right? The property could be condemned, right? Or through like eminent domain or condemnation. And then the township could take possession, and then the township could develop that area. That's a possibility with what we're doing tonight?
Absolutely. They absolutely could. And you know, the next step to that is the uses for it, you know, are varied, including public uses.
It could be public use.
Could absolutely be public uses.
That would be, come back to this body then.
And
at
the
that
council
time.
would make all of those decisions, correct? Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We've already, I'm sorry, from a
Bill,
Robert's
well,
rule.
but-
No.
No.
Ma'am, I'm
me.
sorry, no, I'm sorry. And I understand, I haven't seen you here before, so you may not be familiar with the rules that are in our ordinance.
Right, but
Yeah,
the
yeah,
eminent
no,
domain,
you
which is
can't.
raises another point.
Ma'am, unfortunately, I cannot allow for second-time speakers on that.
know
And
that.
I understand, I'm not trying to be rude, but I have to be fair amongst everyone here in regards to decorum,
Okay,
rules and
okay.
process.
Even if a new point had been raised.
Correct.
Yes.
But you can come
I
back
mean,
later.
from a technicality, there's still oral petitions and remarks. I just want to be clear on that. So. Yeah, yes.
Hi, good evening. Ross Del Conte, 916 Dover Road, Edison.
Thank you.
This is in reference to 2195, the zoning ordinances that you guys voted no on.
So this is in regards to the resolutions, the
This
ordinance?
is the resolution that you voted no on. Is that,
No.
am I allowed to speak on it?
That's
No, that's an
This is
ordinance.
just on the resolutions.
Oh, I
So
apologize.
this would be on
That's fine.
6/13.
I'll be
through-
back.
Thank you. Any other speakers in regards to the resolutions only? Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion on the resolutions?
Motion to close public portion.
There's a motion by Council Vice President Harris, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor? Aye. The public comment on the resolutions is now closed. Any resolutions to pull for a separate vote? I'll start from my right, Councilman Brusher.
None at this time.
Councilman Brescher.
Uh,
28, 620, and 621.
Oh,
Yep.
yes. Yes, the number, what were those numbers?
20 and 21.
And 621.
620 and 621, yes, that's correct. Thank you.
There you
That's it.
go. Councilman Coyle.
None, sir.
Thank you. Council Vice President Harris.
None, sir.
Councilman Patel.
The 647. And 647. Yeah, 647. I think that's good.
640.
647.
Councilman Patel.
You know, I had that 647, 620, and 621, so we are good.
All right, so the items for separate, he was agreeing.
He was agreeing.
So the resolutions for separate vote will be 620, 621, 647. Consent agenda then will be 613 through 619, 622 through 646, and 648 through 660. At this time, can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris. And yes, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes.
Council President, would this be the time to request a table, maybe these three items?
If you want to group them together and make that as a motion, by all means.
Okay,
Motion to table 620, 621, and 647.
Second.
So motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris. This is to table 620, 621, and 647. Correct. Okay, so motion second. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilperson Pointer.
Yes. At this time, we'll move to, sorry, it's a big agenda, so going through all these. So we already went to closed session. At this time, we'll open up for oral petitions and remarks. Start from the list, Mr. Stolsher.
Walt Stoschel, 2118 Oak Tree Road.
Thank you.
The COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating effect on children's education. For almost 2 years of lockdowns, remote classes have led students to falling behind and falling out. Educational institutions are working on ways to help the COVID generation catch up. Some have gotten COVID relief funds to do so. Here in Edison, Middlesex College and Middlesex County has decided that without any public hearings, that their priority is to build a $33 million sports bar and a $75 million stadium at the corner of Woodbridge Avenue and Mill Road. They're not adding classrooms, tutors, or professors. They're not adding any additional facilities in the city of New Brunswick or Perth Amboy, or no new facilities in the southern part of the county, where it is closer to go to Mercer or Brookdale colleges. Their priority is a sports bar they're calling a student center, and a stadium they're calling a multi-purpose community venue. On November 1st, 2022, the county announced it had finalized the CIO plan that was data-driven and sets forth what they had planned. For 8 months, I've been trying to get a copy of the county CIO plan, hoping to find out the details. I did 2 open requests to the college, which resulted in them telling me there was no such information on the plan. I did a 3rd request after I found a copy of the cover of the plan. Only then did the college send me a 43-page glossy executive summary with stock photos, renderings, limited text, misinformation, and error, but it gives you an idea of what they want to do. I've made a copy of this for the council and also 2 grant applications for narratives that the college has sent to the state for funding, which is more information on the CIO plan than is on the county website. The documents say they'll divide 32 acres off the campus to build a 5,000-seat stadium on Woodbridge Avenue and Mill Road across from the residential neighborhoods at Candy Court. They looked at a site in the back of the campus and a site on the EPA property next door, but they said this site was picked because it's most visible and more financially viable. The application says the college is applying for funding for the stadium, but the county would maintain it and would have the potential to generate revenue for the county and the college. So this is all about money. They will use that stadium every hour they can to make money. The sports bar, which they call a student center, the application says it will benefit the selected location is the proximity to the stadium. It will also support food and beverage services when the events are being held nearby. The document also shows 6 residential buildings of unknown size and number of units. Yet with all these additions to the campus, they say they're only adding 248 parking spaces and 2 entrances, and the 2 entrances and 3 exits to the campus remain. The document also shows connection to the county's proposed destination athletic complex at Edison Park. On page 22, it says, ideally the rail line, which is infrequently used, should be abandoned to provide contiguous connections and opportunities to optimize land used by the railroad. Doing so would eliminate rail service to Heller Park, increasing truck traffic on our road. The destination athletic complex also needs approval by the National Park Service, which holds a deed restriction on the park. In September, the county sent 2 documents to the Park Service for their review. The county still needs to do an environmental assessment, have a public hearing, and public comment period to get the NPS approval. I have copies of those documents for the council. If the county decides to abrogate the deed restrictions, they would have to do an appraisal, pay the federal government fair market value for the park. The park is 180 acres. Land in Edison goes for 500,000 acres, so the cost would be $90 million. If this was a private project, it would be reviewed by the township planner and planning board. And I see no problem with the council asking our township planner to review the CIO plan and letting the council and the township know how it complies to our zoning and planning, and planning ordinances. Now I'd like to take the time to say, last month I saw the obituary for Adele Searfoss, our former township clerk. And it's sad to see that she had passed away. What a nice lady she was as township clerk. I can still see her sitting over there in the 1990s and reading the agenda. And back then she had to read by title all the resolutions. So the meetings, we're here till
1 minute.
we're here till almost midnight. We were here a long time just hearing all the titles of the resolution. She was a fine lady and a very good clerk for this town, and I know her family will miss her. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bassoff.
Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane.
Thank you.
I'll address the ordinance that was tabled, 2195, on definitions for warehouses and other facilities. It is a step in the right direction, absolutely. And there are a few things that can be done to improve it. And since it's been tabled, you'll have an opportunity to make those changes. You can amend it. Probably first and foremost is that in the definition for warehouse, where you added the language, warehouse shall not include fulfillment centers, you should probably also include that it shall not include distribution centers, since distribution centers have also been defined separately. Then there are a couple of items that are really, the wording is superfluous, and it could create a loophole with unintended consequences. So we should all be clear that if any uses for these facilities become prohibited under this revised ordinance, any existing use can continue as a pre-existing non-conforming use. This ordinance would not stop any existing facilities from doing what they're already doing. It doesn't change the existing regulatory regime for existing facilities, and I'm sure if I'm wrong, Mr. Raynone will jump in and correct me. But what this would do is prohibit a non-conforming use from expanding. But the problem is that there's language in here that says, for example, for the restricted industrial district paragraph, there's a new paragraph K that says, any property development use or site development standard made non-conforming by this ordinance shall be considered conforming and shall be subjected to zoning requirements applicable prior to the adoption of the 1999 code. The problem is, I think, if you declare in this amendment, if you declare those uses to be conforming, conforming use could be expanded, and the owner wouldn't even have to go before the zoning board to get a variance for that. The owner might just be able to get a building permit. No one would get any notice that there's an expansion of what should be a non-conforming use. And it's a huge hole in this ordinance, and it could negate everything that this ordinance would accomplish. Then for the light industrial district, you added, it says in paragraph D, warehouse, as a permitted use, warehousing distribution facilities, excluding fulfillment centers, which is good. You might also want to exclude distribution centers from that district because of the additional traffic that it generates. And also for the restricted industrial district, there you do exclude both distribution and fulfillment centers. So you probably want those to be consistent. So I applaud the council for attempting to introduce these changes that are beneficial, and with a little more work you can perfect it.
And along those lines, this ordinance is intended to prevent unwanted activity taking place in the wrong places where it could affect residential areas. That, of course, is what the public advocate ordinance is intended to do. So these could work in consonant with each other. It would give a public advocate an additional tool to argue against commercial development that could be detrimental to residential areas. And just as this ordinance needs a little tweaking to perfect it, if anyone on the council has any ideas as to how a public advocate ordinance could be improved, it's just a matter of reaching out to members of the committee, because everyone is open to hearing ideas as to how it could be improved. Ideally, we'd have something that would have a consensus of the entire council. And if everyone is on board with the concept of a public advocate, and you'll notice nobody from the public has spoken against it, that there is a broad consensus in the public that it would be helpful, especially for people that have had to go around and raise in their neighborhoods $10,000, $12,000 or so within their neighborhoods to fight these unwanted projects. Since there's a broad consensus that we should have it, let's continue to have the conversation as to how it could be perfected where available. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there was a direct question, no. Ms. Barber. Thank you. Mr. Tar.
Don Tar, 52 Reader.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you my feelings about the animal shelter. Again, we had that notorious letter dating back to July. Much of it was redacted. I have serious concerns about why major portions of it were redacted. I don't think there was anything specific there that applied to any specific person that would require a personnel issue to have those pages redacted. Obviously, there was a reason someone did that. Again, the little souls in those cages, they have no control over their food. They have no control over their water. They have no control over the medical benefits they receive or the medical benefits that are denied them. Essentially, they have no control over whether they live or die. That decision is made by other people. Now, we had a gentleman come here, and I appreciate the fact that he's a volunteer, and he made recommendations to you and will be making recommendations to you. I have serious concern about the rather cold and dispassionate way in which he addressed some of those concerns. Rhetorical question: how in God's name can suspending the volunteer program address the issue of overcrowding that already exists in the animal shelter? That report went to great lengths to sell how that there were just not enough staff members there to care for those animals. And yet they're making a recommendation to eliminate the volunteer program temporarily. This doesn't help that situation one iota. He also spoke about the chain of command, like we were in the military. I was in the military. I understand the chain of command. I also understand you have to have faith in your commander. He expressly said that those volunteers, their opinions don't count. They're irrelevant. They don't matter. That's baloney. Anybody that's ever served in the military knows if you lose faith in your commander, if you lose faith in the person leading your mission, then that mission will fail. It's not just a question about whether these people working in the shelter have faith. It's also a question about whether we, the people of Edison, have faith in what's occurring there. We are the 5th largest community in the state. to have those conditions existing here, deplorable. Deplorable. I read that unredacted report, and I was totally disgusted by what I read there. So we have a committee now. I'm certainly hoping this committee has some authority. I'm hoping it has the authority to make powerful recommendations to change those deplorable conditions. I'm hoping this committee has the authority to expedite additional funds to do what's necessary there. I'm hoping this committee has the courage to take on those who would oppose that. To some, they're just pets. To some, they're just animals. He addressed them as animals. To some, like me, they're members of your family. Yes, this is an issue that I feel very strongly about. I will continue to feel strongly about it, and I will continue to come to these meetings and address this issue when I'm permitted. You have the power to make some change. Please do it.
Thank you. Any response to questions?
Well, yes, but I'm going to get just off topic for 1 second. I would just like to thank you because I thought that I was crazy when he said, we're going to get rid of the volunteers and we're short-staffed. Made absolutely no sense. So thank you for acknowledging that I'm not crazy, at least on that aspect. On the rest of it, we are going to get to the bottom of it. This council does have authority to investigate. And I mean, the sad part is we use the word committee of a whole, but this is the type of thing that the committee of the whole was intended to be done, was for us to investigate like our own township. The problem that we have is that we used it for different things, so it doesn't mean as much. But the committee we have now is not a committee of a whole, but this committee will report back to the rest of the body, and I assume that we'll take proper action. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tarr?
Lois Tarr, 52 Reeder Road, Edison.
Thank you.
What I want to know is if this council has the ability, once the subcommittee has made some recommendations, to determine whether this shelter in Edison can be turned into a rescue and shelter. In other words, a quote-unquote non-kill facility. That doesn't mean that no animals are euthanized when they're ill or when they're incapacitated. But because a poor animal has only 3 legs or is blind or has a disability that makes him hard to be adopted, he isn't on a death row wait list of time. So I would suggest that the subcommittee, look into that as a possibility. And also, is the person who was in charge of the animal shelter when all of this took place, are they still employed by the town?
Sure.
The person who was in charge a year ago is no longer with the township.
So
That wasn't the question.
that wasn't the question. The question is the person who was in charge during this, when this July report came out, still employed by the town?
The shelter manager, yes, that person is still employed.
Well, let me suggest that you look into the employment of that person and question whether they're capable. I understand, I don't know, there was a question whether they were certificated or not. Is that person certificated?
That person does hold an ACO certificate and is working on continuing that. So I can't discuss additional personnel matters.
No, I know you can't. As a union representative, I know that for a long time. But I hope this subcommittee comes up with some real problem-solving solutions to this, because it is a deplorable situation, and someone who loves animals. And by the way, that person was so cold, I'm reconsidering my donations to the ASPCA if that pays his salary. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, the determining of rescue versus a shelter, where would that actually fall under?
Honestly, I'd have to take a look at it because I need to understand clearly what it is, just so we understand that the difference between the two is radically different in terms of what the physical plant is, so.
If I can,
We'd have to, I imagine it's something the administration and the council would have to agree on a direction and move forward in the same direction.
during the discussions with the subcommittee, maybe look into that?
We will.
Thank you. Anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I didn't know the actual protocol.
It's all right. And I meant no
This is the
disrespect.
first township council meeting that I've come to. Okay. Gayla Boble, 114 Dorothy Avenue.
Thank you very much.
I have 3 issues that I want to raise. The one that I really came here for, which is paramount to me, there is a zoning board meeting which is scheduled for November 21st about the Tivit Lane application for expansion of the C&A, a global warehouse. I felt like I hadn't to bring this before the Township Council, and this was the first opportunity, but to schedule something that I am aware that there is a vast amount of public opposition concerning this, and to schedule it 2 days before Thanksgiving, it seems to be a very inappropriate act because a lot of people will be preparing for the holidays. I don't know what the procedure is to make an official request for a postponement of that very, very vital, very, very crucial meeting to occur after the holiday season where everybody is not involved, pre-Thanksgiving and pre-Hanukkah, Christmas. Do I bring this to your attention? I'm assuming that I wouldn't ask it of the zoning board. You have the ultimate authority to consider an extension and to thereby grant it. That is the first and most crucial thing that I'm here for. And before I go any further, can I ask?
Just from a procedural standpoint, because our responses count against your time, we'll absolutely address that. But if you don't mind going to your other questions, just to make sure that we don't cut off your time.
Okay, just
Thank
don't forget that.
Nope, I
because
got it written down for you.
That's crucial. As far as the animal shelter, if it weren't inappropriate for me to approach your dais, I would walk over and shake the hand of Vice President Harris there because she deserves all of the kudos that this world can possibly offer. And she deserves it not because of the kindness of her soul to be concerned about this, and not only because of the intellectualism underpinning the questions that she had posed, but also because she raises a very, very important point, and that is expert testimony versus non-expert testimony. We heard that she was sort of put down by virtue of putting a lot of credence into the testimony that she presented of a volunteer, which is considered non-elite and not expert testimony. Now, the other gentleman had raised that as a very, very important point. That point is very important, not only because if we consider every actual whistleblower who ever brought to the public attention any matters of crucial interest that came from a non-appointed expert or a non-elite. It also involves the upcoming consideration of the public advocate, which I'm not here to address. I realize it will be coming up. However, to be kept in mind that the public advocate is the route by which the general public can achieve the expert testimony necessary to bring before the Superior Court in the event that an action in lieu of prerogative writs is ever brought. And on that basis, just keep in mind that without expert actual testimony in opposition to a well-heeled applicant who has experts and testimony to end up bringing, the public advocate is the only foil who can counter that with their own expert. And like Councilwoman Harris made a very, very important point that she did not actually discount any testimony of a person who brought information to her attention. So just keep that in mind. My third point, I wasn't aware of the condemnation aspect of an agenda which has to go before the planning board study group. I was wondering what the difference is between the condemnation of a property should that come to that point versus eminent domain. This is my third point, because eminent domain, as far as I understand it, is that a public entity condemns something for a public purpose. And if there isn't any public purpose on the agenda with an existing plan, but a property is condemned and then it is sold, there is a capital gain to be realized. And under constitutional law, under the Fifth Amendment and the 10th Amendment, when you take any property which is private and you condemn it for a public purpose, and it's turned over for that. Now, the revenue of the federal government and the state government does not consider the concept of a capital gain as an appropriate source of revenue. But if a property is condemned and any plans before the planning board which are not approved, happen,
I apologize.
if you get the capital
Ma'am.
gain of something, yes?
Ma'am, I apologize. I know your first time here. I should have explained before, so I do apologize. Comment is 6-minute limited. That's why you just heard the beep. So technically, that would be the end of the comment, unless you had a rebuttal. I apologize. I did not explain that beforehand.
Can I finish in 30 seconds?
I really can't, because how I treat one, I have to treat to everyone, right? So if I've already established guidelines, and I understand it's your first time here.
Yeah.
The guidelines throughout this year, I've been consistent on.
Okay.
And it's technically decorum in the First Amendment type thing. I
Okay,
can't
so-
show preferential treatment of one over the other, so
I'm
I do
allowed
apologize.
a rebuttal?
Let me close the first time speaker aspect. I'll explain what a rebuttal is. If there's a proper rebuttal, I'll allow for it.
Can I
So-
rebut the fact that it's an
No,
important point
I-
to raise?
I-
No.
I
And that
can't-
supersedes a
Ma'am, I
procedural
can't
format?
keep on
No.
having the back and forth.
Can't do that, huh?
I politely request you to please sit down. I will address the other
But
question.
Councilwoman Harris, kudos to you.
To the first question to our counselor, condemnation versus eminent domain. Is there any difference between the two?
So actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to actually answer the first question. No, we do not have the final say as to whether a zoning board hears an application or doesn't hear an application. If you want it put off, you need to go to the zoning board. We have no control over whether the zoning board hears an application or not, and there are state laws as to what the time limit is as to when they hear the applications. We don't set those. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that people use condemnation and eminent domain interchangeably. In New Jersey, the law, the New Jersey statutes also do. Condemnation and eminent domain are exactly the same thing in this context, so there's no difference between the two. And in the redevelopment context, the public purpose is the redevelopment of the property. So that's what the public purpose, so if you're wondering what the public purpose is, that's what the public purpose is. It's the redevelopment of the property. In the old vernacular, it would be the curing of the blight, but it would be the remediation of whatever the conditions are that led to the redevelopment. So that's the public purpose. I think those are the questions that I recall.
And just to elaborate on the zoning board hearing, the first hearing was on, I believe it was August of this year. It did not finish, the hearing itself did not finish. At that time, I'm just looking at the minutes here, it says an extension of time was certified through the end of November. So it was at that point that they had set the next date at, just for reference purposes. Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? Mr. Fagan.
Council President, before he comes, because it's 11:51, we have 9 minutes left and 6 minutes you have to give it to him, so.
Valid. So,
Let him go.
no, so we got at least two. So can I get a motion to extend the meeting additional 15 minutes to 12:15? Is that fair?
Motion to extend the meeting till 12:15.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Councilor Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So technically 1, 2, 3, 1. So we are extended till 12:15. Unless I need to do a roll call for that, but. Sorry.
Good evening, Council President. Nick Fagan, 42 Edgewood Road.
Thank you.
Congratulations to those members that have been reelected. Congratulations on your reelection. What are we, like 8 minutes away from Councilman Brescher's birthday? Can we send some times of my times singing happy birthday to you? We'll skip it. And then, Council President, a more serious note, condolence on the loss of your family, Pat.
Thanks.
Council members, you might want to familiarize yourself with page 146 and 147 of the master plan draft, where it explicitly talks about the definitions of a fulfillment center or warehouse, and where it specifically recommends what was in the proposed ordinance tonight in terms of defining things. Where Council President might have gotten over his skis is also then redefining specific zones in the same ordinance. So maybe if you split those two and just define the terms first, like it says in the master plan, and then forget about the zones for now, and then come back with the zones later, you might have a different result. And then thank you for tabling 647 to ensure we're not on autopilot in the town and that we're equitably distributing those funds. I really do appreciate you doing that. Thank you. And then my last thing was Mr. Renone, Mr. Mancello had said last meeting that you would be here. So, and we were looking.
I guess he was right.
Yeah, he was right. The public was hopefully looking for updates on the Silver Lake case as well as the Charlie Brown's case. I assume that that's what your closed session was for, because this is what Mr. Mancello said. He would give you updates. He would give the council updates. Is there any updates you can give the public on either one? I know that Charlie Brown's is in case management, and the next case management hearing or meeting or whatever you guys do is not until January. But that's not a trial, correct?
Right.
That is just another meeting with the judge, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any idea when the trial will be, or how does that process usually work just generally as a lawyer?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. All right. And no other updates on the Silver Lake property unrelated to the matter that we had today, the proposed ordinance. It's supposedly in legal wrangling.
So I've briefed the council on it in closed session. I really don't.
Gotcha.
Much else I can say.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Any other first time? Yes.
Good evening again. Ross Del Conte, 960 New Dover Road, Edison.
Thank you.
This is a couple of comments on the proposed new ordinance 2195. You guys voted no, and so it's not going to pass for now. But when I first moved to this town and as I was growing up, Raritan Center was the industrial area of Edison Township. like everything was in Raritan Center. Now, industrial commercial properties are all over the township, and it's getting out of control. And I understand you guys are trying to fix it. So by not passing that ordinance for tonight, it'll give you some opportunity to maybe fine tune some of the details in that. And that it really needs to be worked on. And thanks for pointing that out, Councilman Quill. Did Margot Harris leave?
Oh, she's just outside.
Stepped out? Okay.
She left.
Then I'll start with you, Councilman Brescher. I think you owe Ross LaCitra an apology. He walked out of here wanting to turn his back on Edison Township. And I don't know if you knew it or not, but so far, he's doing all this work for these recommendations for you guys as a volunteer. He's not getting paid. He hasn't received 1 cent for any of the work that he's done. And he went to there to make all those recommendations. And you're on the council or the committee for the animal shelter. My suggestion to you is that you go work there as a volunteer for a day. And the same thing with Margot Harris, Joe Coyle, the rest of you. Every one of you sign up for a volunteer day. And let me know when you're going. Because this past summer, I volunteered at the animal shelter many times. My wife and I, we put in 4-hour shifts. So between the two of us, we put in an 8-hour day. They're grossly understaffed, which was his main suggestion to you guys for you guys to focus and look at. They need more staffing. The ratio, we talked about the nurses last month, the ratio of animals to workers is atrocious in the animal shelter. So first thing you need to do is get more paid employees. As far as the volunteers being suspended, I agree with that they shouldn't be suspended, but they needed to be suspended from what I witnessed over the summer. The volunteer program was out of control. The volunteers that were going there, possibly including the young lady that wrote the letter into you, which took a lot of your time tonight to go over, the people were not signing in. My wife and I signed in, signed out every time we were there. People were coming and going willy-nilly. There was one gentleman that was asked to leave and not to come back that was violating the rules and regulations that were given to my wife and I when we volunteered. When we signed up to volunteer, we filled out an application and we agreed to the rules and regulations. That gentleman just violated the rules and regulations and he was asked to leave. So suspending the volunteer program, as silly as it may sound, was a necessary evil because it was out of control. They need to get a handle on it. So just that going forward. And Margot Harris, you took it upon yourself to bring somebody's letter in. And it took more than 6 minutes for you to read that letter. And, Council President Pointer, you not giving this woman another 30 seconds to finish when it took much longer than 6 minutes for her to read that letter, and then you guys debated it for an hour after that? I mean, come on, you guys need to show a little bit more respect for the people that are kind of trying to come in here and help you help us. That's why the advocate program is out there again. People want to help you help us. So any one of you, Sonia has my contact information. Sign up as a volunteer. I'll show up with you. You tell me when you want to go, I'll be there. I'm retired. I'm available 24/7. Although I am a crossing guard now in Edison, so I can't really go up between 8 and 9 and 3 and 4 in the afternoon. I can't show up. But in the meantime, I'll be there. So you let me know. Okay? Any one of you is willing to volunteer to spend a day there with me? Okay. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Thank you.
Council
Thank you.
President.
Can you advise on the question?
What's that? Yeah, there was.
There's no questions.
Yeah, remember, see? About going there and volunteering and about the volunteer thing.
I appreciate the explanation.
I personally don't believe I need to go there and be a volunteer to try and fix it. No, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to
We're not going to have back and forth.
Right, I'm going to explain why. When this started, we heard rumors of what was going on there from different people. At that point, my council colleague went to the my council colleague went to the animal shelter to go look at it. She asked me to go there and to look at it. She came back to me and reported that everything looked great. Okay, everything looked great. That's the point you need to take. What I told her was that myself and her are not experts in this. We don't know the right protocols. We don't know the right laws. We don't know the right rules, right? But we need to find out what it is and what is happening. So then we went and we worked to get the vet report, which had information, which showed us what was wrong, okay, and told us what was wrong. I did not know that you could not build walls out of wood, okay? But what happened here was a cover-up, okay? And the gentleman that came here, right, when you're short-staffed, as another resident talked, you know, if you're going to go into battle, right, and you're short-staffed, you'll give a gun to the cook to help you. Taking the gun away from the cook when you're in the foxhole, okay, does you no good. It just makes the problem worse. So I disagree with you, and I disagree with him, and I believe he should have came to this body. It wasn't the administration that had the problem with the animal shelter, okay? It was this body that had the problem. He should have came to this body. He didn't come to me, okay? He went, and whether he's a volunteer or not a volunteer is irrelevant to me. As far as I'm concerned, we should pay him, okay? We should pay him. And as far as being understaffed, I think this whole body agrees with it. So I don't think you have any disagreement there. It's the protocol of it. But for us to sit here and for us to have all the residents that are here about a public advocate or anything else to listen about this one item for well over an hour, okay? And he wasn't just a very quick speaker. He pontificated like I do. Okay, so it by allowing my council colleagues to pontificate and him to pontificate and myself, which I wanted to go into great detail of it, but I didn't because we would be here another hour and a half. I could have spoken about this for an hour and a half. I've just spoken about it for a couple minutes. I can go on and on about all the different things and could have questioned him. But a lot of the public didn't want to be here till 1:30 in the morning. Some of my colleagues here didn't want to extend it the 6 minutes for you to get the chance to speak. So where I'm going,
Not going to have back and forth.
where I go is that, right, my job is to oversee the spending, okay? And when something is wrong, we are there to do it. My job is not to volunteer in DPW or the business administrator's office or the finance office or the animal shelter, okay? That's not what my job is here. Listen, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other responses back? Any other first-time speakers? Any rebuttals? And for clarification, a rebuttal is 3 minutes on a topic that you did not initially speak on, that you disagreed with the speaker on. Hopefully that makes sense. Any rebuttals? If it's a, come up, you can ask what the question is if, yeah.
Excuse me, I'm not really sure. I think it's Mr. Reno, and my vision went, and I can't read anybody's name tag.
Yes.
When he said that it's like customary to consider a condemnation an eminent
just
domain
because,
be like
so,
saying,
I understand the question. If it's okay, I'll take it offline because that's a continuation of the previous speaking points. It would not be a proper rebuttal. I appreciate the understanding, but I have to follow the guidelines that have been established. So, no worries. Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? Any rebuttals? Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close the public portion?
Second?
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Public portion is now closed. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. This meeting stands adjourned.
Motion to sing happy birthday.
Uh,
Not that, oh, it is.